Hello. How are you? Welcome. I see folks are talking about The Quarry, a very normal video game that went completely fine. And you can watch it here on Twitch and see it go. I was thinking about that video game just the other day. Yes, it does look like Janine is, I actually just got a message from her that was like, I've accidentally cornered myself into counter streaming you. I'm so sorry. But you know, that's the thing, is that there are so many good people who stream video games. Anna was just streaming, before me, and, you know, when one... I know, I'm so sorry, everyone. I fully recommend you should go watch Janine play Breath of the Wild. I bet it's great. Very calming. This, I think, is going to be a less... I'm not going to say that it's going to be a hectic environment or that it's going to be harrying or somehow the opposite of calm, but I do have a feeling that Janine's stream will be more soothing than this.
I think so. Hello.
Hi.
Big news.
Oh,
Big news.
big news.
Big
Are you
news.
talking about a new addition to our household?
No.
Oh.
I am talking about how I am wearing a red Washington Nationals shirt.
Oh, you are. That's true.
And I am also wearing
Yes.
orange sweatpants.
Yeah.
So I feel like I am one of those drinks that contains carrots and oranges
Yeah.
and costs $6.50.
How is it that you came over here and
Instantly.
you broke the monitor
Instantly broke the
instantly?
monitor instantly.
Our I need everyone to know that our new edition is just a Nintendo Switch. It's not anything sentient.
Oh, Christ, no. Yes, I like the phrase, did you get dressed in the dark? I've
Yeah.
always thought it's funny because I like the mental image
Yeah.
of getting dressed in the dark. I did not get dressed in the dark today. I picked up two elements of clothing
Yeah.
without any thought about how they would dovetail.
I used to, when I was a student in undergraduate, I had a pair of gray wash jeans that I really liked, and I had a gray tank top that I also really liked. And I would frequently realize that I was wearing both. And the thing that I think is really interesting is that you can wear all black.
Yes, that is broadly fine.
That people do that on the regular.
You do look a bit like an actor, but that's fine.
Yeah, or Johnny Cash. You know, you look like you look moody.
David Lynch, yeah.
Right.
You can wear all white.
You can wear all white.
You look a little cool.
Yeah,
A
well,
little
if it's in the
overwhelming.
summer, you
David
look.
Byrne. You
you
look
know.
beautiful. I love wearing basically all white in the summer.
Yes. But that's basically.
That's basically
It.
it. Yes. The other one that I do sometimes is accidentally dress as Mario. In terms
You
of
do. You do. Well, you
a red and a blue
you
color
really
combination.
love, and I admire this about. I dress in a lot of like neutrals, earth tones.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of like deep greens, deep blues, beige, brown. You wear like exclusively primary colors.
Pretty much, yeah. More in the winter months. I like wearing paler and paler colors as it gets more and more summery.
You do.
But yes, in the autumn and the winter, I do basically wear primary colors.
Yeah. I admire that about you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chad is asking if the new Switch is the Tears of the Kingdom Switch. It is.
Yes, it is.
My Switch.
It was so nice of you to buy it for me.
No. No. Yes, my Switch was functional, but functional in a really interesting way.
The fan had broken.
Yeah,
The
well,
fan
the fan
broke
did something
basically
interesting.
immediately.
And I had Joy-Con drift in the left joystick, and I had the left Joy-Con did not know whether it was connected.
But it was and remains functional.
Yep.
This was a vanity purchase. Which I fully and wholly respect, Because my Switch is still is also a launch Switch. And well, yours is a Mario Odyssey launch Switch.
Mhm.
Mine is a with Breath of the Wild. Like I was on like the the websites, the stock checking. When I was in Seattle for like 4 days during the Switch launch after GDC, and I called like anyway, it doesn't matter. I got one eventually.
And that's your Switch.
And that's my Switch.
You were playing
I was playing
Into the Breach
just
on it
this morning. Yeah.
It's Kat's first time playing Into the Breach.
Yes.
They are playing a lot of it.
Yes.
Um,
I don't know if anybody's talked about this, but Into the Breach is difficult.
it is difficult.
And it's difficult because so I excel at turn-based like strategy games.
Yep. Kat is a big Fire Emblem player.
Well, I'm Magic the Gathering. I think
Yeah,
it's like a
totally.
turn-based strategy game. What was the other game? Slay the Spire. I Slay the Spire all the time. But Into the Breach requires like a spatial sense of the world that I do sort of lack. I'm not as good.
Scrimblow in the chat says launch Switches are cool because you can do cool secret stuff with them that Nintendo doesn't want you to know about, and that is why I am holding on to
Yes, we
my
are.
Switch, because eventually I will want to play Tears of the Kingdom on my Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
When they figured out how to fix that. Oh.
Oh my gosh. Did you know that 2 days ago, Hale Reed redeemed I Will Tell Virginia the Cat You Love Her, and I did not notice?
Oh my god.
Could you do me a huge favor, Jack?
Yes.
Could you go walk over to her right now? She's on the red chair. And tell her that Hale Reed loves her?
Yes.
I would really appreciate
I will.
that.
But quickly, Byside says, wait, what secret things can launch Switches do? You can jailbreak them. Yeah, you can make them do all the things you would anticipate a jailbroken Switch could do.
Hale Reed says, still true.
Still true. I will let her know.
Great. Okay. And then I would love to thank Error Void, who has now subscribed for 9 months, who is now also better at they have improved balance and kicking, and they're in their Webkins phase. Birdlike has resubscribed. This is their 26th month, and I would love to thank them personally for being here for 26 months. It's so much time. And I'm so sorry that you had a terrible week, but I'm glad that you can be here and enjoy this video game with us.
Kissed her on the head 10 times, didn't
You
I?
kissed her on the head 10 times?
Yep.
You're gonna spoil that cat. Ghost in the Library resubscribed, also for 9 months. They also have improved balance and kicking. So congratulations to chat, who I think so many of them have improved their balance and kicking.
Yeah,
Here with
congratulations.
us. Albedo12 has resubscribed. If months were years, I finally paid my debt to that mirror because they've been subscribed for 7 months.
Oh, yeah.
Then there was a hype train. Choo choo. All aboard. Sophisticated Pills resubscribed. This is their 7th month. They've also dealt with the mirror. Freckled Wonder 90 has resubscribed. This is their 6th month. They are going to kindergarten. Then Tea with Dragons resubscribed. This is their 2nd month, which of course, as we all know, is my favorite number because it means that you saw the stream, you subscribed on a whim, and then you were like, you know what? I want to do this again. I love that. Thank you so much. I'm Alive Now resubscribed. This is their 12th month. They said almost a year because for them, years are 13 months.
Yeah. They come from
Yeah.
13.
Yeah, they do.
13.
13
The Earth, where months are 13.
years.
Hey, Kat,
Hey, Jack.
when you've finished reading these, let's check in with where we are in the French Revolutionary calendar.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Crime Baby has resubscribed. This is their 2nd month. Once again, we all know how much I love a 2nd month subscription. And 2 months is one more than one. So true. Oh, are you Googling it?
Yes. So,
I'm Alive Now says Twitch lied to me and said it was 11 months and updated immediately after I sent that.
For 12 years after
The French
in
Revolution.
1793,
Yeah.
so between 1793 and 1805,
Yeah.
French revolutionaries developed a new calendar.
Yeah.
There are a lot of really interesting political.
The French Revolution is also really important in art history.
Whose history?
Art history.
Oh, in art history.
Yeah, in art history.
Yeah,
in our
fully.
history. The French
mean-
Revolution is personally really important to me.
Yeah.
When I think of 1790, ooh, my heart goes pitter patter.
1793.
When did it begin? The French
Well, there were
Revolution.
two revolutions. It began in 1789
Hmm.
and ended in 1799.
Well, that painting of France, like running around. She's running around. She's got her flag, and everyone's following her. I think isn't that painting from 1790.
I would believe that if they sort of kick off. Anyway,
The French Revolutionary Calendar.
so it was also hilariously used by the Paris Commune in 1871 for 18 days. They used this calendar for 18 days. So I'm just reading from Wikipedia here. The revolutionary system was designed in part to remove all religious and royalist influences from the calendar, and was part of a larger attempt at decimalization in France, which also included decimal time of day, decimalization of currency, and metrification. It was also, and this is me not reading off Wikipedia, it was designed to bring about an understanding of like the seasons and the farm, the sort of the breadbasket
An
of
agrarian.
an agrarian
yeah.
calendar.
You know, no longer do we revere the bourgeoisie. We revere the people of the land, the peasants, the agrars.
Yeah. So the Catholic Church used a calendar of saints. So they didn't just add in basically like rural stuff or natural stuff, whole cloth.
1830, liberty leading the people. Thank you so much. Yes.
They were specifically trying to replace the calendar of saints, which was
Yes.
a Catholic calendar used at the time alongside the existing calendar, which named each day of the year after an associated saint. In order to replace this, they introduced a rural calendar, in which each day of the year had a unique name associated with the rural economy, stated to correspond to each time of year. And here's where it gets really interesting. Every decadi was named after an agricultural tool. Every quantity, there's a days ending in 5, was named for a common animal. The rest of the days were named for grain, pasture, trees, roots, flowers, fruits, and other plants, except for the first month of winter, Nivers, during which the rest of the days were named after minerals.
Yeah.
I'm quoting the people who worked on it. This is a quote from Fabre d'Eglantine, who was the kind of pioneer of this calendar. He says, "As the calendar is something that we use so often, we must take advantage of this frequency of use to put elementary notions of agriculture before the people, to show the richness of nature, to make them love the fields, and to methodically show them the order of the influences of the heavens and the products of the earth. The priests assigned the commemoration of a so-called saint to each day of the year. This catalogue exhibited neither utility nor method. It was a collection of lies, of deceit, or of charlatanism."
Isn't your birthday on the calendar something like watering can?
Yeah, so,
My birthday is like apricot.
I mean,
I like it.
I like it, but there is something really fucked about saying we will show the people the richness of nature, make them love the fields.
Oh,
in
yeah.
terms of like the creation. I mean,
Must make them
that
love the
existed,
fields.
but the exploitation within the calendar of the French peasant class is super wild. But we can see that the days like match up. So, for example, today is the 29th of April in real life. Real life. This is a spring month in the month Floréal. And the 29th of April
Oh,
is...
you've gone to May.
Oh, that's May. Yeah, let's see. Here we go. Râteau, a rake. It's the month of the rake.
The day of the rake.
The day
In the
of
month of the floral.
The day of the rake in the month of the floral. Yes, this is a day ending in 10 in the French Revolutionary calendar, so it is a tool.
Yeah.
The other tools, March's tool is incubator, April's is a rake.
So you did say today's the 29th of April.
Yep.
And ending in 10. And so now it is...
Yes, absolutely, because
they've
this is
changed
the 10th
it.
month of... Sorry, this is the 10th day of Floreal. Floreal, the month, as we understand it, begins on the 20th of April.
Yes.
That's Floreal, and we move to the 30th, which is the Shepherd's Crook.
It's incredible.
So it's
I
wild.
love the French Revolutionary calendar.
The month of Thermidor, which is July and August,
It's
seems
very
to show
Thermidor that month.
a woman feeding a swan from her breast.
Well, I think they just bathed together and now they're both drying off.
Oh. Interesting. Especially because the swan is not mentioned in that month at all. The animals in that month, Thermidor, are the ram, the ewe, and the otter.
Yeah, well, they didn't... I mean, you didn't have to mention it. It sort of goes without saying that you would go bathe with the swans.
Oh, just in that month.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions, Kat?
No.
Fair enough. I love to think about the French Revolutionary calendar. Kat is wrangling at OBS.
I am, because this should be here, but I should bring it down here. And then...
Oh, now soon is just
now
visible.
soon, yeah. That's what I want.
Do you
I'm
want
trying to
soon
figure...
to go?
Basically, I'm trying to figure out where butter should live in what folder. You know what I mean? You know, when you're like, what...
Where does butter live?
Where does butter live?
Yeah. Generally, butter lives on the counter, but we live in Los Angeles, so butter lives
That's true.
in
Butter
the fridge.
butter lives in the fridge.
It's fucking irritating.
Oh, do we want to talk about, before I tuck my notes away, what we're doing and what we're playing?
Yeah, totally. So today we are playing, we are continuing the Case of the Golden Idol, a game organized into 12 cases, and we have played 5.
Yes.
We're hoping to finish today. You'll notice we started a little bit earlier.
We did start early.
We're going to kind of push through. We have dinner plans that are, what's the word? Straightforward.
Oh, yeah. We strategized. I was like, what did we battle planned? We battle planned. And then my brain short circuited.
Yeah. I don't
We
like the
planned for
phrase
battle.
battle planned.
No, there are so many war and sports metaphors just woven into language.
Yes.
We should have more theater metaphors.
Yes, and I want to be clear that I'm not like, let's get this fighting out of there. I feel like there's lots of history of humans using language around battles to convey stuff in interesting ways. But that's why I think theater is good, because we could also be equally embodied there.
I think the theater is a net good, but a personal
Really?
ill.
You think the theater is a net good?
Yeah, I do.
Is the theater a net good? Probably.
Yeah,
yes.
the theater is a net good, but a personal ill.
I will say this.
Yeah.
I think that the theater right now is less of a net good than it has been historically.
Rude. Okay, so this is my new toy, which is that I figured out how to screencast my iPad onto my PC, which I've tried to do in the past, but like the lag or the picture quality has been unsustainable.
Yeah.
But this is an app I purchased for $20 called Reflector 4, and so far so good.
Thank you, Reflector 4.
Thanks, Reflector 4. So this is my notebook for Case of the Golden Idol, the game we are playing. And this is great because I can go back through and we can talk about... I tidied up my notes as well. I spent a little bit after breakfast today tidying the notes so that we could... I was going to show everyone my notes from Immortality to be like, this is how I keep notes in games. And then I was like, that would ruin the video game Immortality.
Yeah. So it's
Natalie
saying
Watson's
that, like,
Immortality.
Yeah, Kat and I play games like this fairly regularly.
We do.
We rarely stream them because we have so much fun playing this kind of genre that we don't necessarily put it online.
Yeah.
But this is pretty consistent with the way we play these kinds of games.
It sure is. Because this is my favorite thing to do. I love to do this.
Before we get into the notes, do you want to give just like a top level, what is the Case of the Golden Idol?
Yes. Case of the Golden Idol is an Obra Dinn-like, which is to say...
Could you, we're going to do one less level of abstraction.
No. Case of the Golden Idol is a point-and-click adventure game about solving mysteries. And the way that you solve these mysteries is through hashtag environmental storytelling in mise-en-scènes.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it.
Thanks. It's combination solving little scenes in a diorama of murder mysteries. And it is also a kind of language game in that you're trying to find in the scene words and clues and pieces of the puzzle that will let you fill in Mad Libs, effectively, of what has happened. And so over the course of the past 5 scenes that we have solved, we have started to piece together a larger narrative that we are going to continue to solve. I think things are only going to get worse from here. So I guess we should say off top, the art in this game, while pixelated and sort of throwback in that way, is kind of gruesome. It's a little grim, but this is the kind of space where we enjoy that and we revel in the sort of pixelated gruesome gore.
Yeah, fully. Brief mentions in the chat. Towit and Skies and G-Lark are looking for games that feel like this. I'm just gonna bash some out super quickly.
Yeah.
You should play The Return of the Obra Dinn.
Yeah.
By Lucas Pope. You should play Case of the Golden Idol. You should play The Paynes Creek Killings, and you should look into the spiritual sequel that team is making. A game I think just called Crime Scene Detectives.
You should play all the games by Octavi Navarro.
Fully.
I think they're called Midnight Scenes. They are free on itch, or at least they were.
Yep.
They're very good.
You should play Natalie Watson's Immortality.
If you can stomach the sort of lovely, self-indulgent way that those games operate, I frankly would recommend all of them. Her Story, telling lies, Water is Life. And Immortality.
You should also play the board game Micro Macro City.
You should play the board game Detective, a modern crime board game.
You should play you should play the game on Steam. It's called Maze Detective.
I don't know that one. Frank Scenario in chat says, I've heard good things about Chinatown Detective Agency and Strange Horticulture, but have not played them. Strange Horticulture is great. I played that here on Twitch. And then I think those streams are still up, so you could watch those if you wanted to. I had a lot of fun with Strange Horticulture. I recommend it.
And then finally, you should go back and you should play the old Cyan Worlds games. You should play Myst and Riven. At least, both of which hold up really well and are really good mystery games.
Although I think we have decreased in likeness as we continued to recommend. Because I don't think I would look at Case of the Golden Idol and be like, you know what, this makes me want to play.
No, but I suppose
Myst.
It does make me want to get out the notebooks.
Yeah.
Work through notebooks in that way.
Yeah.
So now let's get into it. This game is set across time, and let's begin with what we learned from our first case on January 5th, 1742.
A man was pushed. There, two men went to an island as part of an expedition to acquire a golden idol. Their names were Albert Cloudsley and Oberon Geller, and Cloudsley pushed Geller off a cliff to acquire the idol that Geller had in his bag.
Case 2, 40 years have passed.
So now the idol is being passed through the Cloudsley family. Sebastian Cloudsley, a researcher and Lord of Blackfield, dies of a head wound because he fell off a horse. He has a ring with a ruby on him. Interesting. Then
a little interlude happens, like a little vision that we get at Sebastian Cloudsley's funeral.
Yeah.
3 people attend the funeral. A man named Peter Batley, a woman we later learn is called Rose Cubert, and a man with extremely cool spectacles, Edmund Cloudsley.
Yeah.
Edmund Cloudsley is Sebastian Cloudsley's son.
No.
Grandson.
No, also no.
Brother.
Brother.
Albert's son.
So then we have a very big scene of a man who's fully
This scene was so good.
has just absolutely exploded. I wrote it here.
Man's exploded.
Man's
He
exploded.
catches light.
Yeah, he's fully on fire. And it's because another man is setting him on fire with an idol. So we have James Pear, an exploded man. We've also got a fellow in the background of that scene named David Gorin, who's an evil coachman of quote-unquote diverse talent.
Seems to work for Edmund Cloudsley.
Yes. Then we have Peter Batley, who we often are able to recognize by his little teeth.
He was running out of money as a result of gambling debts, and so entreated the Pear brothers to take the idol from the man who had inherited it.
Yes.
The man's name who inherited it was Willard Wright. He is the man who is setting the fellow on fire.
Yes. So then Edmund Cloudsley, who in this scene becomes suddenly interested in the idol, important to recall, he's Peter's uncle. So we sort of have these 4 living people that have check marks next to them: Edmund Cloudsley, Rose Kubert, Willard Wright, and Peter Batley, in that family tree over there. Of course, their father, Albert, was the pusher. And then we have Nicholas Maker, attorney at law, who also on him has a red ring.
Yep.
A ring with a ruby. And you know who else has a ring with a ruby?
Willard Wright has a ring.
Willard Wright has a ring with a ruby. Very, very interesting. Then we have Rose Kubert, a fan flutterer. She has like the Om on her fan. She's very interested in Buddhism. She's clearly spent a lot of time in quote unquote the colonies. Yeah, Willard was listed on the family tree as associate. It was very interesting. Then we had chapter 2. We've done 2 cases in chapter 2. First was one I called Murder at the Inn. That was the Mermaid Inn. Jack, do you want to talk us through Murder at the Mermaid Inn?
Yeah, I'm just gonna break it down at the top level of what we learned. Willard Wright stays at the inn and is killed by David Gorin, the villainous coachman working for Edmund Cloudsley, working under the name Ash Blair. He kills him to steal the idol to give it back to his boss, Edmund Cloudsley. And that's about really all you need to know for that one.
That's really all you needed to know.
Then, at a dinner party at the Cloudsley Manor, oh man, how do I try and explain this one? The idol has been tucked away safely.
Yes, the idol has been passing through various hands until it fell into Edmund Cloudsley's. Now he has it in a safe.
However, a cult of people who call themselves the Brotherhood of Masks desperately want the idol back. The sort of ongoing implication is that these people with ruby rings are members of the cult. So the idol was in the hands of Willard, a cultist, until Edmund Cloudsley took it. The cult writes to Edmund Cloudsley to very politely say, please return the idol. And when he doesn't, sends in an agent to poison him. However, the poisoning goes awry and Rose Kubert gets the poison instead, dying. There's lots of fun little things kind of going on in the background that I want to talk a bit about, but we can get to that later. I think there's a better time to talk about that later.
And that's it.
And that's it. So we are picking up, and all we know is that something weird is going on in an inn.
Yeah. And then here are the little animals that you drew.
Thank you. A small dragon says, you all are much better at playing this game than I was. I was just like, wow, this guy looks just like that other guy with a different name. That's wild. It's very kind of you to say, but I think at the same time as when you watch a horror movie with friends, with the lights on, you're like, well, it's not as scary. I think something about sitting in front of a microphone, trying to explain what we are playing, means that we end up sort of externalizing a lot of our thoughts.
It's also very important for me to say that this is how I like to do it, and that you don't have to do it this way.
Yep.
To enjoy the game.
Frank Scenario says it's sort of like rubber duck problem solving. Truly. Frank Scenario says we are the ducks.
Yeah.
So we sort of implied it because Willard Wright set a man on fire with it. The idol is magical. and seems to have a weird sort of internal logic about how the magic works. In order to set the man on fire, he first had to use a freezing spell. So the cult is able to manipulate this magic idol, seemingly only for violent ends, and I have some stuff to talk about there. I think that's on a different layer, KB.
This doesn't have layers. It's good notes.
Huh. Oh, is that something on your screen?
No. It just had a little meltdown.
This is an iPad. This is an iPad that was already a year old in 2017.
Really? Fucking hell. It
I
still
know.
feels new to me.
I know, it's brand new to me as well. And it's definitely not.
That's fucked up.
I know. Well, it was a 1 year past generation when I purchased it in 2017
That's fucking wild.
for my doctoral degree. I know.
Yikes.
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna draw one animal before we start, chat.
Oh.
what color do you want?
Purple, please.
Okay.
First animal I see in the chat. Griffin. Magic Spell says, I wonder if these notes will help you to spot the twist earlier. I don't know. I wonder if they will. It's also worth saying, no spoilers and no backseating in the chat. I know you're not spoiling something, but that just seemed like a good opportunity. A griffin is a bird.
Oh, wow. I need you to know my mouth is agape.
You see? Wait, I think he needs another leg. Done.
How many legs does this creature have?
4 and 2 grabbing arms.
Oh. Does it have wings?
Yep.
Oh. So you held it down for too long, like you do, like what happens sometimes in. Yeah, it's unlike Procreate. It's a double tap actually. So you may have to just hit the undo button from up here. Mm-hmm. Wow. What's this?
This showing that he's going up.
Oh.
This is the ground plane. This is a shadow.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow. Do you want to color it in with a highlighter?
Not terribly.
Okay.
Okay. Can I give this back to KB now?
Thank you. Shall I tuck this with the other animals?
Yeah, bung him down there.
Okay.
Lacking Sanity says, this creature has VTOL capabilities.
The way it just appeared.
Bomb. Thank you to Deep Floor who subscribed.
Oh, yes, and also thank you to Saffron Myrrh, who subscribed 23 minutes ago, and I did not say hello.
And thank you to Louisa B.
Yeah. So funny. Okay.
Okay.
Now, do you feel... do you want me to scoot over?
Yeah, let's scoot over a wee bit.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that better?
that's perfect.
Okay.
Wow. Cat does not have a pop shield on their microphone, and
No.
sometimes I notice.
Do you want to get one for me?
A pop shield?
Yeah, do you want to buy me a fancy microphone? With
Buy
a
you a
big arm? Do
Microphone with a big arm.
you want to buy me a present?
Thank you to Beef Dad Esquire.
Oh, thanks, Beef Dad. Beef Dad is here.
Okay, here we
Okay,
go.
okay.
This looks incredible. So the date of the last case was...
April of 1788.
Wait, Ginkgo Pip in chat has subscribed for 31 months, thank you so much, and says, the oldest living dog will turn 31 on May 11. His name is Bobby. Jesus fucking Christ. That dog's old.
Yeah, it's an old dog.
I don't know if I believe that.
I don't want to know anything else. I think that dog's having a very nice time, actually.
I mean, I'm sure he is. He's fucking 31. That dog has been, like,
I'm
well
31
looked after.
and I'm having a nice time. How old is this horse?
Well, horses live fairly long, but not 31. Burkham Workhouse. So let's... Oh, yikes, Cat. You see how many things there are in this
Yeah,
scene?
there are 34.
Should we check thinking quickly?
Yeah, let's check thinking quickly.
Oh,
Okay, well,
boy.
at least we don't have a scroll bar yet on our Mad Libs.
Yeah, that's true. Something needed a something. Something, along with accomplices, delivered a something. Upon entering, something suddenly... something. Meanwhile, something, the amount of something in a sealed something. When something, and something entered the room,
Yeah.
the something, and killed them both.
Oh.
This is incredible because...
Oh, you zoom.
I love that you can see this on the first screen, and it's just like, what the fuck is going to be in here?
Yeah.
Kaylee Rowena lets us know the oldest cat that's ever lived was named Cream Puff.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's just start left and right.
Bag.
Bag.
Oh.
Okay, we
Is
have
that candies?
a box of confectionery.
Yum.
We have henchmen
Oh.
for hire in the Timberbrook region.
Okay.
Billy Cracker, Oakwood Gang,
Okay.
Brawler, Robber.
Thank you for organizing them immediately.
We have Hardy Abe,
Great. Yeah.
Burkham Workhouse. Brawler has a cart. And based on the cart and Burkham Workhouse,
Mm-hmm.
I think that Hardy Abe is here.
Yes.
Little Billy,
Very good.
Hobbs Gang Burglar.
Or should we
enters-
say that we think that we figured out who Little Pip was?
Oh yeah, we think Little Pip
Was
is
the serving boy from the Little Mermaid.
from the Little
Inn.
Mermaid Inn, because the serving boy is absconded from the Little Mermaid Inn, and we know that Ash Blair
Has a little.
knew he was gonna get his method of getting the idol out of the inn
Yeah.
was the serving boy will take it, and now this boy called Little Pip, who we mostly know just steals things,
Yes.
has showed up in
And he loves to smoke a little
he
cigar.
smokes a little cigar, and then Jack Nails, Timberbrook Inn, burglar, pickpocket. So this might be the Timberbrook Inn. I think we might actually be at the Timberbrook Inn.
Okay, let's say we
It
are.
is fucking funny to me that there is a book that just lets you know local hench
Yeah,
people.
it's the
Yellow
Rough
Pages?
House ledger.
The yellow pages of roughhousing. That's incredible. Also, these are great henchman names: Billy Cracker, Hardy Abe, Little Billy, and Jack Nails. Extremely funny to me. All right, what's this?
Oh, hats.
Oh, it's a drawing of 6 hats.
Wow.
Wow.
How would one of them looks like a croissant?
I would describe these hats thus, and we'll go alternately.
Great.
I'll begin.
Yeah.
Fountain.
Oh, sure. Daisy.
Cone of sugar being feasted upon by a blackbird.
Yeah. Croissant.
Clam with big eyebrows.
Normal top hat.
Normal top hat. Okay. Well, Cat, there's no getting around it.
Why was there a book of hats?
We gotta go inside.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. So my gut, right off the bat, is that we know who this is. I think this is the woman who wasn't the poisoner. She was the
Lucia.
serving maid.
I think her name was Lucia Baker.
Yeah, so let's just go left to right. I think.
I think so.
Let's start out with a dead man who is slumped in a basin of some description with a lid, a trough with a lid on it. Oh, this was
a
a
scarecrow coffin.
yeah, a coffin for a scarecrow.
Or it was a coffin that someone has now put a scarecrow in. How interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Oh
my
my God, it's
God.
David Gorin.
David Gorin's been head wounded.
Has been maybe killed. Goes to the library, says, rip. This is something that is really cool about Obra Dinn as well, which is that as the cast of characters develops, people show up who you just, you begin the game and you're like, I don't know who anybody is. And then past a certain point, characters will start showing up that you will recognize instantly. But sometimes you might not have the information needed to mechanize that. In order to properly identify this as David Gorin, we need his name in the scene somewhere. So we're at a point now where we know who this guy is, but we can't tell the game that we know who this guy is, which is interesting. He has 5 shillings and threepence on him. He has a key, and he has a loaded pistol. And I believe the pistols at this time were single shot. You would have to reload them again. So he has not fired this gun.
Okay.
Are you?
But we need to remember that video games don't care about historical accuracy sometimes.
No, but I do think that this game cares a lot about the specificity
Sure.
of like weapons. Where should we start?
Let's begin with his blue paper, please.
You want to read this?
I do not care what means you use to acquire what I need, but remember to be discreet as always. Note that I do not want it to decayed. The more recently it has died, the better.
So he needs to get a body,
Yeah.
and he has brought a coffin with a scarecrow inside as a. This is the gun in the violin case strategy, I think.
Do you remember that Rose and Edmund were plotting to send Peter away?
Yes, to the colonies because his gambling debts have become too much. So Peter is Rose and Edmund's nephew. His mother Beatrix Batterley is dead, and the implication is that Peter has been both sort of being a oh my god, what does he call it in the Decemberists? A rake.
Oh, yeah.
He's been being he's been spending his money too much. He's been getting into
it's not just
gambling
the
debts.
Decemberists that have.
No, but the Decemberists have a particular line about like, I am a
rake
so and so
song.
rake,
Yeah.
which is who I think of. Today is Rake Day, says Hans and
Yes,
Howard.
exactly.
It is. And
He drew a drawing of a tiger to woo a woman.
to woo a woman, yeah, relying on his aunt and uncle too heavily, and his aunt and uncle are going to try and ship him
Yeah.
off to the colonies. I want to talk about the colonies and this game's conception of them later. But yeah, it's very interesting that they've brought this scarecrow. Yeah, I think that this is a violin case. Gambit.
You trying to tell me that every November, when it comes around, and you have to package up your scarecrow.
I have to package up
from
my
Halloween,
scarecrow from my Halloween scarecrow.
that you don't see him off properly. Jack, you have straw on your hands.
Wait, what are you implying? Are you implying that you killed a scarecrow at the end of Halloween?
No, they pass away peacefully. When the spirit of Halloween is past, the scarecrows all die.
What do they come back for the next Halloween?
No, it's a new crop. That's why they're out there.
Shit. Wow. Exciting. Erevoids is giving a scarecrow a navy burial every year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brown letter, please.
One of the old workhouse geezers croaked yesterday. I will arrange for a cart to move the corpse if you send me directions. And be quick, before they bury him. I do not want to dig up that stiff.
Okay. Interesting.
I will arrange for a cart to move the corpse, and the cart that they have brought is Hardy Abe or Billy Cracker. It's the guy with the thingy. Okay. Wait, maybe not. I'm having other thoughts about this. We'll work through this. We're still in the getting information
We sure
era.
are.
A scarecrow in a wooden coffin. Okay. Interesting. A candle. Now this, we think, is Lucia,
Yes, Lucia Smith.
who says, by the gods! What was that? Okay. I have a horrible feeling that what is in this next room is going to be worse than what is in this room. Gentleman robber strikes in Westbrook. The infamous gentleman robber Walter Keene, with a number of unnamed associates, held up a coach on the southern road leading out of Westbrook. The scoundrel robbed passengers of all their valuables, kissed a young lady, then left. This is already the 5th robbery by the infamous gentleman, who is, as his custom, appeared wearing an impeccable suit and a new hat in the latest city style. The reward for catching Walter Keene has been increased to £100. This is really cool. At first I was like, well, he's wearing a different hat than he is in this picture, in this scene, so it's someone impersonating him and getting it wrong. But we know that he
We
appears
have
wearing...
the little book of hats, the most fashionable.
And he appears wearing an impeccable suit and a new hat in the latest city style. So he's got one of these hats. I think both these hats actually appear in the book, which is really funny. There is a broadsheet, a pre-Victorian broadsheet. So a folk song that was published and was widely disseminated at the time in these things called broadsheets, which were basically like sheet music and lyrics that you would get. Super popular way of disseminating folk music in the 19th century and the later part of the 18th century. There's a really popular broadsheet called The Highwayman Outwitted, which is a really cool story about a woman who goes to market for her father and is stopped by a highwayman who makes her give up all her jewels. And then as the highwayman is basically sort of threatening her, she climbs onto his horse and rides off on his horse. And is pursued by the highwayman on foot, and obviously the highwayman can't catch her. She rides back to her father's house, and she opens the saddlebags and finds in the saddlebags £900 worth of jewelry.
Oh.
And her father are basically like, well, not only did you outwit the highwayman, you actually came out of this, really well. We've made 100. We've made £900, £900 and more. Which is what I think about every time highwaymen show up, especially this kind of character of like a gentleman robber who shows up, robs all the passengers, kisses a young lady, and leaves.
That's the funniest part to me.
Yeah, I mean, this was like fully how the cultural concept of the gentleman highwayman existed, right?
Yeah.
Like they were these rakes who were purportedly, very charming, and women would swoon on encountering these highwaymen because they were these sort of like rakish figures of
Would he get you?
of abandon. A highwayman? Would a fictional highwayman get me? Probably yes. Would the real life of them, who were probably just robbers, he would get me in the sense that he would probably successfully rob me. I don't want to die. My jewels are not worth being killed over. Just jewels can come back. But that's a little highwayman aside. This is Lucia, which is also really funny because she's a big fan of this like sensationalist literature.
She sure is.
And so to find herself like thrown into this scene with like a gentleman highwayman, I think is very Lucia. All right, here we have a little note back here. It says, everyone, you are not to visit any village or city without my permission. At no point may you disclose the location of the cabin.
Interesting.
Mr. David Gorin, you are in charge of all security and arms. This is what the fuck is going on? The cabin.
Yeah.
Everybody has been shipped off to a cabin.
My guess is that in his attempt, in increasing attempts on his life, Edmund has retreated with the idol to, he's traveled with his closest staff, and retreated to a cabin with them.
To like hold up.
In a paranoid manner.
Yeah. And I think that, something has gone, they need a body, but I think we're in the cabin. I don't know. We'll see. Miss Lucia Smith, you will taste any food you cook before it is presented to me. Little Pip, you are in charge of Black Bestia and golden doubloon.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. Real killer animal names. And golden doubloon both must be fed daily. This could be the horse and the man, but I suspect that the horse might be
And the man?
the dog might be the wagoneer's
Yes.
horse. So there might be another animal. Edmund Cloudsley. Cool. So while we're here, let's just really
give
quickly
those
say
names.
that this is Lucia Smith. And this, whoops, fuck. Smith. Boy Problem says, do you recall or mention Edmund's profession? I don't think it's.
He is in Parliament.
Oh yes, you're right. He is an MP. The KGB says, what a curious slip. I think in my head, when I was saying dog, I was already thinking about the man who they've had to get, the body that they have had to get before it is buried. And this is
Good old David.
David Garin.
This is why it's important to organize all the names.
Yeah, but I don't want to. There are so many names right now. Like I can move them down here, I suppose. But
Yes,
but
good.
I don't think I can fit 2 in there. Nope,
Oh,
that's frustrating,
yeah, it's
isn't
not
it?
even worth it.
Fuck. Billy
You-
Cracker. Golden. Doubloon.
Great. Oh, put Edmund and Cloudsley beneath Beastia and Doubloon, because we know.
Oh yeah, that's a good shout.
Yes. good.
Walter Keane.
Oh, thank you so much for doing this.
Of course.
It scratches my brain.
David Garin, and then let's put Lucia Smith down here because we
Perfect.
also know who she is. And then we're gonna have a bunch of other people. So what I'm gonna do is move these out here in advance
Yeah.
of. Okay.
I shot the corpse coffin, but I did not shoot the deputy.
What is the corpse coffin?
It's down here. Shot corpse
Shot
coffin.
corpse coffin. Here is Little Pip. Go, coin, go.
So that dog must be Doubloon.
Yeah, that's true. That dog must be Golden Doubloon.
Yep.
Huh. So they weren't anticipating this guy arriving.
No.
Or they weren't anticipating... Something is going
That's
on.
very Fargo to me.
Which bit?
You are in the middle of doing a crime, and you don't anticipate that another crime is about to happen to you from a different criminal.
Yes, that is... that is fully... Yep. 100%.
Okay.
Dog.
Dog.
Oh my god, the art in this game is so good.
This dog is horrible. Please name him
So good.
Golden Doubloon in our notes.
I love this art so much. Yeah, we're suspecting that this is probably Golden Doubloon.
Oh, yeah.
And Gremlin says his eyes are outside of his head. The art direction is just the best. And then here we have someone who is potentially,
Walter Keane.
but we know that Walter Keane might actually be a pseudonym for Hardy Abe. I don't actually know what's going on. It could be that Hardy Abe is in this room somewhere. You know?
I thought it was Billy Cracker who had a cart.
Nope. Hardy Abe.
Hardy Abe.
Billy Cracker is the Oakwood Gang. These all have huge Bob Mortimer names.
Yes. Hardy
Yeah,
Abe.
so I had previously thought, I think just wrongly, that... Although, why does he have this? I don't know. Fascinating. I had thought that this cart brought this man. But it could be that this man has just parked his cart outside and is in this room when an additional...
What's the deal with Billy Cracker again? What's the gang? I like the music changes.
Oakwood Gang.
The Oakwood Gang, brawler, robber.
Yep.
And little Billy is a
Fucking
Hobbs
funny.
Gang burglar.
It's the fact that there is...
enters through chimneys.
So there's like a limited economy of henchmen names that you can choose from. Is so funny that we have Billy Cracker and Little Billy. I wonder if they're related. Meme Shot says Brad shit long Ron. Meme Shot says I forgot about Mortimer's cat names. My other favorite Bob Mortimer cat name is Good Monson. A cat called Good Monson.
So funny.
All right, let's see. So this is this guy's like, ah, ooh, Oh,
Oh.
a ring with a ruby.
And he has confectionaries.
And he has candies.
So he's come from the cart.
He has come from the cart. He might have come hidden in the cart.
Yeah.
Is something that might be worth thinking about.
Hmm.
I still don't want to I want to make sure that we don't get locked into the person who brought this. I want to make sure we don't get locked into Billy Cracker. Oh, sorry, Hardy
can do
Abe
it.
is the gentleman robber. However, he may be, given that this is in the bag. Interesting, but he has candy, and we can sort of begin to assume he might be a cultist, come to
Yes.
kill
Edmund.
Edmund. Interesting that yeah, just went for him. He has a sword. Oh, we're fully in Oberdin territory now with like the verb by which this person died.
Yep.
He also has a loaded pistol. Interesting.
All the necessaries. Sword, pistol, candy.
Yep. Love it. Okay, Kat. I don't feel good about this room.
What do you think is going to be happening in there?
Violent. Just fucking active violence.
What if it's actually very calm? Okay.
Oh.
So I do take it back, what I said
Oh, brilliant.
about how it was very calm.
Brilliant.
Yes.
This is, this whole game is in conversation with Oberdin all the time in a really good way, but this is explicitly an Oberdin reference. There is a very distinctive moment in Oberdin about a series of cannons that have exploded on a cannon deck, and you walk into the scene literally midway through an explosion as everything is going everywhere. Bodies are flying all around. This is fantastic. Okay, this is a lock or a what are they called? Petard on the door, potentially. Yes, it's a barred. The door was barred.
Yeah. Is Walter Keane kicking?
What?
Go back?
No.
No. Okay. Carry on.
Where are the other bits of the door?
Just there.
No. Oh, it could be on the back side of the door.
That's the door.
No, I meant the bar, I guess. Where are the
Yeah.
other bits of the bar? And it could just be on the back of the door. It broke here. Okay, who are you? Who the fuck are you? And do you have a string of sausages?
I don't think so. Let's click on him and see what we get. Oh.
Oh, really cool. Not saying anything at all. Just
Has a
shocked.
baseball bat.
Has a club.
Club.
Which makes me think that this is one of our henchmen.
Yes, let's go back to the henchman book.
My lovely book of henchmen. This is probably Hardy Abe. Burkham
Yes.
Workhouse, he's a brawler, you know?
Yeah.
So I would fairly confidently say this chap here is... Oh my god, listen to this
I know. That it
guitar
has-
part.
It's like vaguely synth-like, which feels otherworldly.
Yeah, it's... They're not playing the part as well, but it was like a really closely mic'd guitar that was played like absolutely dry. No reverb on it at all. Now there's reverb. Just as I turn the music up. But it was very cool. The KGB says, Billy Cracker is also a brawler. Yes, but he does not have a cart, and he is not related to Burkham Workhouse. Eravoid says, I just noticed Pip opening the dog door. Yeah, look at that. That's really cool.
And also, is Pip sleeping in the dog? No, next to the dog. What do you call them?
Kennel, he could just be hiding
Krenel.
under there, but...
Krenel. The dog Krenel.
Krenel. Look at that animation of the idol moving when we enter the scene.
very
It's
fun.
so good. Look at it go. Wait, do their bodies do the same thing as they go flying up? Yes,
Yeah.
they do. There's like 3 frames of animation. That's so good. Okay. And then down here, we can see
There you
that
go.
the door was barred and
Yeah.
it has been fully burst open. But it has been burst open inward.
Someone from outside has smacked the way in. Yes.
Yep. Okay. I don't know who this is. This
Well?
is not Edmund Cloudsley.
No, it's not. But let's look at the letter.
I finally have the location of my target. Meet us on November 10th, Friday, in the Timberbrook Inn and bring all your tools. You get your share as we agreed. W.K.
Walter Keane.
Who is Walter Keane?
The gentleman robber.
Oh. Right. Walter Keane has come with this man because these men have been like, we're all going together to steal the idol.
Yes.
They knock the door down and go inside. Cool. We have a set of lockpicks, we have a saw, and we have a loaded pistol.
Okay.
So this man...
Yeah, if we go back to the Riff Raff book.
Please, the henchman book. He's probably Jack Nails.
Yeah, Jack Nails.
Who is a burglar and a picklock. Yeah, old Jack Nails. I love my book of henchmen. So this is probably Jack Nails. This is probably, what's his name? Billy Cracker?
Billy Cracker.
No,
is
it's
the
Hardy Abe.
Yeah.
And then this is probably Walter Keane.
Yes.
Hey, Cat.
Yeah, there's one more. It's not. Oh.
It could be someone hiding in the
Do you think
thing.
Edmund's in there?
Oh my god.
Click it.
Wait, no, we gotta go. We gotta
We have
go,
to go in order?
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Nails. That's because his name.
Here's Jack Nails. Yep. Cool. Here we have a shard of a vase. Useful. We have 2 apples. One is wormy. A rotten apple and a green apple. This is because someone has done a spell. I bet to like a rot a thing to make a thing be explosive and energetic, or like bring a thing back to life. I don't know. That's my guess.
Okay.
A rotten apple and a green apple. Here we have the idol. Interesting. What is going on here? The idol has had a spell cast on it.
Yeah.
But
it's
there is
different spell.
A small weight is tied to a pull-down lever at the back of the idol. They've built a trap with the idol.
Yeah.
It's like they rotted the apple.
Yep.
They set the spell up. They put a weight on it. They put the idol in the vase. This is like a full trap. They were prepping for him to come.
It's like, why does it say 16?
It is a 16-ounce weight.
Oh, sure.
That is my guess. So now we know a bit about how the idol works, right? You
Yeah.
do a spell to like a prep spell. You program what you want it to do. This is really interesting. And then you pull the lever on the back of the idol's head.
Yeah.
Again, the mechanization of magic here is super interesting. The idol is almost like a
A tool.
a tool or a machine. Yeah. Thyke says, this cursed object can do magic. Let's turn it into a landmine.
Feels very Dwemer.
It does feel very Dwemer. Yep, 100%. The Dwemer are the technological dwarves in the Elder Scrolls games. Okay. Well, Cat, your bet is that it's Cloudsley hiding, right?
Yeah, but we'll see. Might be nothing. Might just. Oh, yeah. There he is.
Incredible. Just this art is so good. He's got his hand over his ear. He knows this is happening, and he's got a book of spells. Ghost in the Library says, where is his hair? It is likely that he was wearing a wig in previous scenes. He has a pistol. And he has a spell book. Gonna open this up?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, let's go top to bottom.
Oh my god.
Vacuum. This simply did not work. After I aimed at the sealed vessel and activated the idol, both air and vessel disappeared. Upon further consideration, it was an obvious mistake.
Vacuum 2 is what he's got cast on the idol right now.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Vacuum 2. Attempted with this input, and it was a definite improvement. It decreased the amount of air, but curiously, still did not create a complete vacuum in the sealed vessel. Interesting. The way he says it was an obvious mistake implies that he knows how these symbols work, to a certain extent, right? Oh, it's not the symbol he's cast. This has a dot above the...
Go back to the idol. It might just be that I haven't been...
Nope.
No. Oh, interesting.
Different spell. So him saying it was an obvious mistake makes me think he's figured out what these symbols mean. And he's like, oh, it's obvious that this top symbol and that symbol
It's so
didn't do
interesting,
anything.
Because I had previously thought that on the back of the idol, it was like a little
Click wheel.
click wheel
I
that
think
would
it is a
click
click
through
wheel.
little runes. But if he's able to experiment this closely, is it like the most detailed click wheel known
think
to
it might be.
man? Oh,
Yep.
Interesting. All right.
I think it might be. Another way you could do it would be that they are detachable plates. You slide plates into the back of the idol. We know that the idol is usually kept in a specific case, like a green box, so that could also have the plates in.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Worth saying that we are learning what the runes do. Interesting.
Okay.
Because I was about to be like, I think I have this one pretty much figured out, but that panel
How
is
the
going to be tricky.
turntables.
Yeah. Gold filtering. The target must contain some gold for this to work. Seawater is a suitable target, for example. However, a great deal of seawater would be required for this to yield any significant amount. Perhaps I should try it on a ship in an open sea. Worth reminding ourselves that at this point he is working on a spell that requires him to have a fresh corpse.
That's so interesting that that's where your brain immediately went, because I had not pieced that together.
From the letter, right?
Yes.
The letter to Garin. Rip. Okay. And this is a 2-step spell. This is going to be useful. First step, get gold by aiming at target. What the fuck is this? The idol has a lever on the back of its head?
Yeah, that's where you...
Is that where the main lever
Yeah.
is? Are the symbols on the back of the head? Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. I was like, I thought they were on the body, and I was confused. Second step. Aim at an empty vessel to retrieve it. So I point at the seawater. I get all the gold out of the seawater.
Sweet.
Into the idol as an intermediary, and then shoot it all out.
Yeah.
Okay. Meme Shot says, love that it's just like an action figure. Yep, this is really interesting. Really interesting. Okay, Apple. Unknown effect 14. If the implications of this are what I surmise, this could be a tremendous discovery. The next step is to progress from fruit to some more advanced matter. I must ask David to fetch me a dead body for further experiments.
So this is what he thinks.
This is
can-
bring
can
someone back
bring
to
someone
life.
back to life.
Yeah, gotta be. Okay, interesting. Then we have fire. This is probably going to be the bomb. Spontaneous combustion. You cannot combust the target if you have not performed the freezing beforehand. Interesting. The speed at which heat is increased appears to be influenced by how strongly I press the trigger and how long I have performed this first sigil before it. Freezing.
Oh,
Observation.
that must be freezing then.
Well, it could be, but
Oh.
he would write out the whole thing, wouldn't he? Interesting. something else happening here. So it says, can we see cat's notes and the symbols? Yeah, I will absolutely show you to them. I will show you to them when we have gone through this book. Freezing. Observation. Freezing the target rapidly can create curious side effects. For instance, I should be careful when freezing water in a sealed bottle. It exploded, and glass shards flew everywhere. Ghost in the Library says, LMAO, I love how he's at a state of science where they don't necessarily know that ice expands, which is interesting. Okay, and then finally, safety notice. Upon pulling the trigger, if the glyph input is meaningful, the idol will perform the intended action on the target it can see. So by meaningful, I think he just means correct. If the glyph input means something, the idol will perform the action. If the eye is red, it is ready for like crook input, and it will turn blue afterwards. If the eye is blue, you can only perform crook with a dot input, and it will turn red afterwards. Okay. I have a thought.
Yeah.
We've been thinking of it as like you have to perform freezing to perform burning. You have to perform rotting to perform bringing to life. And I think that on some level that's the case. But it's about switching the idol between these two states.
Yeah.
Like a sapping or an enervating state and an empowering or life-giving state.
Yes.
And that's what these two things indicate. But now, let's look through cats. Oh.
Yes, well, I may need you to go back to some of them.
Oh, to some of them? Yeah,
Yes,
totally.
Just have the spells open.
I can't open...
And then drag up. Yeah, drag up my notes. Yes, Edmund Cloudsley hiding like a little baby. So, could I please see vacuum? That's this one, the urn.
Yep.
Because I didn't fully understand the dots until we got sort of like through.
Detective Dares in the chat says, the book in the carriage is continuously in crook input mode. My little book of henchmen.
Okay. So this is what I've got.
Yeah, let's see. Dot and ball in thingy.
Yeah.
Dotted crook and 2 boxes within a little container.
Uh-huh.
Gold. Crooked dot and an hourglass and a house.
Yeah, you have to sip it up and then spit it out. Oh, I'll call it sip and spit.
Yeah. Oh, but there's 2 spells for gold, and I don't think you've written down the second one for it.
Oh.
Yeah, which is no dot.
Oh, we have one for sipping and one for spitting.
Yes.
Okay. So let me scoot this.
Meme Shot says, you should say something else.
I don't think so. I think it's perfect. So then there's...
It's the same one without,
Yes. So strange. What do you think it is?
I think we're onto something, right? Where it's like one is innovating and one is empowering.
Gold spitter.
Gold spitter wider than a mile.
I'm sending you in style.
Someday.
Okay. Carry on.
Okay. Apple.
The unknown apple spell, which we think is necromancy.
Yes. But it's very likely that there's actually 2 spells involved here, based on the logics of the other one, right? Which is
Yes.
that it's probably dotted crook.
Well, I've yet to... Yeah.
The dot is the taking power. And
Yeah.
the no dot is the outputting power.
Yes, and I think it's going to be important to understand the difference between, like, what the circle one does versus the square one, because it did different things for the vacuum spell.
I agree. Yep, fully. But so we agree, right, that there's probably a chance that this is actually 2 spells, a dotted one and a non-dotted one.
Yes. So I think you're right that it's like the dot saps or like takes. And then the regular crook, I guess, like
empowers, bestows. Yeah, totally. That's a really good way of putting it. And the idol is binary, as far as we know.
Yeah.
It will. It's an OR gate.
And yes, it's an OR gate, and it needs to have done one before
So it's
it
not
can do
technically
the
an
other.
OR gate, but I don't remember what it is. It's a else gate or something. I don't fucking know. I'm not a logician. Fire. Yep. This is sort of what we expect, right?
Yes.
This is about heat.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we think
XOR, says Anne Gremlin. Yeah, that's what it is, I think.
that the circle is about heat? Like giving and taking heat?
Very possibly, although the circle appears in the first one. I think this might be heat. I think actually this symbol.
Because it does look like a little fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's start.
But it's interesting because the little dot, which I guess is like a knot, right? We can think of that, right? As the knot. Oh god, my brain is like, okay, if P, oh lord, P and N.
Billy's house is not blue.
Exactly. Because if we think of the little dot is not.
Yep. Crook is look what I'm about to do.
Well, okay, interesting.
No. Yes. Okay. We got all the bits, so let's start piecing this together. But first, I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Okay.
Also, we're saying we are playing on a no spoilers and no backseating rules at this point. And I think everyone's doing cool and is being cool with it, but it's just a gentle reminder as we continue to play. All right, farewell.
Bye, Jack.
Please do not solve.
I won't solve. I'm hanging out with chat now because I've been thinking too hard. Jack is petting Virginia. Did she make a little sound? She went, wow. No. Jack is taking a picture of Virginia, now looking very proud after taking a picture of Virginia. Let me see. Oh, yes.
Wait for it. Portrait mode.
Oh, wow. That is a portrait of a lady.
Beautiful lady.
She's a beautiful lady. Wow. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the notes. Oh, Jack already walked away with the picture, so I can't. But if you look at the emote for Virginia, it's very similar. Okay. So I am gonna just pull the spell book back open again because I want to think about how the vacuum spell did and did not work. So the circle did not work. After I aimed it at the sealed vessel and activated the idol, both air and vessel disappeared. Upon further consideration, it was an obvious mistake. So if that takes... There's something about... Because if this is like... It's like... entity, right? Like... I think this is just like... thing. Because if we think about like... take away the thing, sure, great. And then this says, attempted with this input and it was definite improvement. It decreased the amount of air, but curiously still did not create a complete vacuum in the sealed vessel. So then this could be air of some variety, right? Maybe, or like filling, right? Okay. Let me make this a better zone. Because then that would mean that, like, the necromancy spell was like, give thing, and then whatever this incomplete H is. I think. This is not solving. This is piecing together. I'm not solving! I'm not solving! I'm not solving. I'm just trying to piece together the vocabulary, the grammar. It's not solving. I'm just trying to help. I'm helping. I'm a helper. Yeah, filling the noun like cream. Yes, J-A-H Cruncher, you're 100% correct, because I was thinking about it like an eclair. Ooh, I want to eat an eclair so bad. It's syntax, yeah, exactly. Helping who? Helping me. Wow, I want to eat an eclair. I want to see the gold spell again. Is it this one? Yeah. Because get gold by aiming at the target. Because if this is not... Maybe it's not... Water? Ooh! I mean, it's 5:30 p.m.
Would you have a nice time?
I'm having a nice time. Can I tell you what I want more than that?
Yeah.
And it's half an ice cream sandwich.
Yeah, totally.
Do we have any?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Would you cut one in half so that I can have one?
Absolutely, I will.
I find a whole ice cream sandwich a little overwhelming, so I need to have half of one. Okay. I wonder if... So... I wonder why it has to be gold for this one. I think one should cut an eclair horizontally, so it's like a little cream hot dog. Yeah, Tangled Gold, I feel the same way. I get halfway through a banana and I'm like, there's still more banana? Aha, yes. Okay. So I think... Okay, I have to make my notes more orderly. So we have this crook is bestows. We have this one is takes. And then I think this one is heat. Yay! Thank you, Jack. Did you take a little bite tax?
I did take a little
I respect that.
Looks like there's been some solving going on here.
No! I'm not solving! Mmm.
Oh.
This is perfect. It's just like an eclair.
What made you want an eclair?
Oh. I wrote air/filling, and I was thinking about how, like, when you fill an eclair, like you fill a shoe with some kind of cream,
Yeah.
like a pat de creme,
Yep.
and then that made me want an eclair.
Yeah, fair enough. Also, I got to say, I'm coming around on these dots.
Wow.
I think that they might be, and I don't love them. You know, I still don't think that they're great.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that they genuinely might be an acquired taste. Like one of those. I feel like I'm 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I've eaten many different things.
Mm.
And I feel like I don't often get the experience of discovering an acquired taste very often. And I think this might be it. Once you get your eye into the taste, you know, your eye, the tasting organ, I think they're pretty good.
Okay. Can I tell you what I've not solved?
Yes, although I will say, I would have loved to have figured this out with you.
I'm so sorry. I truly didn't feel like I was solving any puzzle. I felt like I wanted to have a little report for you when you got back.
But no, I am excited to hear this report.
Okay. So, here's what I've put together based on Edmund's notes. So, if we think of the crook with the dot as takes or not. Oh, yum, yum, yum. Can you just be sure you're not crunching into the microphone like our dear friend Connor Fawcett?
Yeah, chat, can you hear me crunching? We can proceed.
Okay.
They'll tell us.
They'll tell us. Okay.
Yeah, chat
So-
says no. Okay, cool.
Okay, good. So if we think of this as like in Edmund's notes for vacuum, he says, this simply did not work. After I aimed it at the sealed vessel and activated the idol, both air and vessel disappeared. Because I think this is not entity.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then this becomes not air or filling like a pot of creme.
Okay.
Right?
So the first thing he tries to do is make a vacuum by being like, well, a vacuum is an absence of air.
Right.
So I'll do not and then object.
Right.
But that just makes the whole object disappear.
Right, exactly. So then I think it's easier to think about it from the fire spell, the fire and spontaneous combustion, because we think about this as like bestows to entity heat and take from entity heat. Right?
Yep. That makes sense.
And then we think about the apple spell that we think is the reanimation spell. Bestow to entity what I think must be like life or animation.
Yep, agreed.
Right. And then we have, that's the safety notice, the gold spell that I think is like, I'm still trying to figure this one out.
This could just be gold.
Well, but I think it's more about like, because he says the target must contain some gold for this to work. Seawater is a suitable, because this is not gold. First step, get gold by aiming at the target. A great deal of seawater would be required for this to yield any significant amount. Perhaps I should try it on a ship in open sea. Second step, and then it's bestow. Second step, aim at an empty vessel to retrieve it. That one I'm still a little...
Okay.
But I think I feel pretty good
Yeah.
about having pieced this together through just some reporting from the field.
Yes.
I wouldn't call it solving. I would call it helping.
Okay. Okay, so I think he might be using decreased and increased.
Sure, but we
Yeah.
know.
So, bestows is, no dot is
Oh.
increases.
Hold on, let me just take
Oh,
my
yeah.
note. Oh, okay, you can do it. Can they poke out a little?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boop. We'll let you know if there's stuff under there that... Oh, wait, actually. Nope.
Close.
Close. Here.
Well, what if we let them live there in the middle and scoot them up a little? Yeah, great.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay. So, no, dot is...
Dot is not, so decrease.
Yeah, decreased. This is interesting. This is the first encounter we have with slots that can take multiple types of... That's potentially concerning. And then...
Well, taking a look at some of them, I think it might be okay.
Oh, no, but for future cases, I'm thinking, like, if this is a mechanic that's available to us
yeah.
now. We'll come back to this one. This one is probably matter.
Yeah.
What you're calling... What did you call that? Item?
Entity, yeah.
Yeah. Let's say this is heat.
Yep.
This is air.
Yeah, and I think that one might just be gold.
Yeah, takes gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the way the idol works, right?
Also, there we have one that is gold.
Yeah. The way the idol works is it, like, the implication is the thing goes into the idol. We saw that with the gold. So like the energy.
And if it's not gold, it's water. Because that's the other one we have.
Yeah, interesting. Because let's see.
Because that says decrease water, increase water. But
It's one or the other, and,
Yeah.
and whichever one it is will actually be
not gold in there.
helpful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great.
Okay,
nailed it.
so we can be confident about these. Okay. And this, as we know, is Edmund Cloudsley.
Yes. We sure do know that.
Zam says, I keep wanting to be back, CT. I want to blurt out the ideas. I really appreciate that you're not.
You can Rot 13 them always.
Yeah, feel free to Rot 13 them, but not Rot 1. No,
Yeah.
Rot 1 would be normal.
I
Rot
also
0.
I want people to be able to talk to each other about what they think.
Yeah, but we're reading the chat.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I think this is Edmund Cloudsley wanted a body.
Mm-hmm. Edmund Cloudsley needed a corpse. Walter Keane, along with accomplices, delivered a coffin. No, David Gorin, along with accomplices, delivered a
Yeah.
coffin.
Along with accomplices, delivered a coffin. But there was a scarecrow in it. Upon entering,
Blank suddenly clubbed David Gorin? Walter Keane?
oh, well, what we could say here is the vase exploded and killed them.
Yes.
And it's the two men. It's Jack Nails and,
And Hardy Abe.
Hardy Abe. Pinstripe Owl says, it is a truth universally acknowledged that an old man in possession of a golden idol must be in want of a corpse. Yeah, I spent some time earlier today kind of trying to put together ideas that I've been having in my head about the way this game intersects with colonial literature, specifically colonial literature around curses and foreign magical objects. And it is so fascinating that just from what we've played today to see the ways this game is in conversation with those. Because as soon as we get people trying to use magic and science to bring bodies back to life, we enter that really interesting scientific sort of enlightenment fad that happened at around this moment where this is where we get Frankenstein from, of like, we can use science to bring a body back to life. And so the ways this game is talking through or is beginning to approach those ideas is really interesting. Okay.
Well, I think that David Gorin was head wounded, and I think he was clubbed. I don't think he was shot, and I don't think he was stabbed.
Yes, and it was probably Hardy Abe who clubbed him, because
Yeah.
Hardy Abe is the brawler. Hardy Abe suddenly
Clubbed
clubbed
David Gorin.
David Gorin.
It's up there.
Meanwhile,
Edmund.
do we think? What is happening in this
it's
sentence?
meanwhile, Edmund cast a spell inside the vase, because remember we have this spell that gets activated.
Oh yeah, it's increased.
Well, no, because what he does is he actually decreases, because then he triggers the spell.
He
does the
decreases the amount
opposite.
of heat.
No, it's
Yeah, because he's trying to make an explosion, right? For instance, I should be careful when freezing water in a sealed bottle. It exploded and the glass shards flew everywhere.
I know, but the spell that's on the idol is this one.
Oh, what spell is that?
We don't know yet. We're piecing it together. But it's the air one.
Okay, interesting. But he increases air, right?
I think so, because it has to do. You have to do the opposite before you can do the opposite. Right? So
Right.
it has to be the opposite of this. So it decreases air. The amount of air.
Oh yeah, because then
So that way, then this spell would work.
he decreases the amount of air, and
Uh-huh.
then he sets up the lock, the
Right.
weight thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, decreases the amount of air in a sealed vase.
Yeah.
We feel confident about this?
I mean, I feel confident enough to put the pieces in. And then work from there.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay.
so I think if we are assuming here that he increased the amount of air in a sealed vase
Then go for it.
and then sets up that spell, it's talking about the spell he sets up rather than...
There. 2 or fewer slots are incorrect. So,
Oberdin rules.
yeah. I wonder about David Corrin along with accomplices delivered a coffin. I wonder if it's Walter Keane along with accomplices delivered a coffin.
Yes, because...
They have the cart.
And he says,
I will arrange for a cart to move the corpse if you send me the directions.
yeah, they come in.
So it could be Walter Keane, but it also could be whoever the riffraff is who has the cart.
Who is Hardy Abe.
Yeah, and I'm willing to just keep on trying until...
Yeah, me too. Which is interesting.
Yay!
To gain entrance to Edmund Cloudsley's... Because it's a scarecrow. There's no corpse. They never had any intention of delivering a corpse. Right. To Edmund Cloudsley's secret forest cabin, gentleman robber Walter Keane pretended to deliver a corpse to Edmund for his experiments. On entering the cabin, the robbers ambushed the servants, and Edmund locked himself in his study. While the robbers were sawing through the lock, he had a saw. Edmund prepared a trap with the idol that killed 2 of the intruders. Yeah. Here comes the cart. The men come in. He whacks him on the head. Oh, he's opened the coffin to see it's a scarecrow. And they whack him on the head. She says, what the hell's going on? Sets the dog. Saws through. In here, the weight changes. The idol explodes. They get killed,
Yeah.
presumably. With this subplot of he's trying to figure out how to bring someone back to life.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ready to move on?
So ready. Very excited.
Yeah, I thought this one was really fun.
Me too. Oh, an interlude.
Oh, an interlude. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Memeshot says that list of 6 hats was surprisingly irrelevant. Yeah.
I liked the hats. I drew some little hat.
Then, Sir Coroner, the bandits accidentally set off my master's laboratory chemical ingredients. What happened afterwards? I managed to fend the rest of them off, but my master Lord Edmund Cloudsley got caught in the blast which severely disfigured him, and soon afterwards he died. Bless his soul.
Interesting.
Do you believe that?
Then, Sir Coroner, the bandits accidentally set off my master's laboratory chemical ingredients. Interesting that he... Do you think that he then became the corpse that Cloudsley brought back to life? Because he's still covering up his head. Could be covering up his head wound.
He could be. He could also be healing it, but yeah, fully,
Could be
that's
healing,
true.
But I think he's been brought back
Cloudsley
to
could...
life.
So I think Cloudsley is not dead. I think he's trying to get out from the cult, right?
He's trying to get away from the cult.
Get out from under the cult. Yeah. By being like, I'm going off the record.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is absolutely true. I would fully believe that Cloudsley was like, oh, a corpse. And there are already, presumably, 3 other corpses in the room.
It's the scribbling sound?
Oh. 3 other corpses in the room. Jack Nails,
Yep.
Hardy Abe,
Yep.
and possibly Walter Keane.
Yeah.
Why would I bring back to life someone who is not helpful to me? I'm going to
Yeah.
bring back David Garin.
Yeah.
But he could just as easily be he got knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
Next chapter?
Yeah, hold on.
Let me put these on screen.
Well, I'm thinking about like David Gorin. And then who were the two? It was Jack Nails and Hardy Abe. So they could be they could be like henchmen.
Mm-hmm.
Undead henchmen, question mark?
Yeah, I mean, he's got corpses now.
But who knows? We're inventing our own game now.
Skyson G-Lark says, never saw the second dog. I don't know if that's a dog.
I think...
It's some creature. Do you recall what that thing's name was?
No.
That thing's name was Black Bestia.
Black Bestia. Black Bestia. Black Bestia. And Gold Doubloon. Golden? Gold. How do you spell doubloon?
Like double, but without the E. And then oon.
Oon. Interesting.
I love the way these interlude figures are casting shadows on the,
Yes.
Really, really neat. Did the one in chapter 1 do that too? Yeah, it did. Look. Oh, that's so cool. Oon, says chat.
Ooh.
Oon.
Orb. It's like how when it says soon, everyone says soon. I think that's very funny.
I would never make shirts, but if I did, it would be Antoine Valen's mound of butter and the word soon on it. And I think that's very funny.
I'd wear it. Okay.
Oh no, this is chapter 3.
Yeah.
Case 1.
God, what's this chapter going to be called? One was called Complications in the Family, an abrupt termination of contract, untimely passing of a rural gentleman, the dramatic departure of an outsider. Chapter 2, The Cursed Inheritance, the murder at the Little Mermaid, the intoxicating dinner party, the explosive events in the forest cabin. Are you ready? There's a TikTok that Kat and I talk about fairly regularly,
We do. I'm excited to see where this goes.
which is a TikTok of a teenager dancing at a party. And the camera pans
Uh-huh.
to her mother,
Uh-huh.
who is saying, no,
Oh.
no, no, why don't you do nice dancing,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I taught you.
Yeah.
All those lessons.
All those lessons, nice dancing.
Nice, why can't you do
And it cuts back to the
nice
teenager who does,
dancing?
like, 2 steps of ballet and then, goes back to dancing again.
Like-
And the mother is just like,
The Dougie.
yeah, exactly.
Stinky leg.
Now, why couldn't we have had nice masks, Kat? Why didn't the Brotherhood have nice masks?
I know, they have horrid masks.
like we paid for. Okay, chapter 3, The Ascent. The strange practices of a secretive society. Hey,
Yeah.
how would you describe this jacket?
Dining. Hunting. I don't know.
What's the big feature on it?
I don't know, Jack.
Look at the diamond on the shoulder.
Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. And do you see also how this mask up here?
Yeah.
And also if you go back to the menu select. Go over and go over again. Here, I also think that kind of looks like him. So who knows? We'll see.
Yeah. Chapter 3, The Ascent. The strange practices of a secretive society.
Because I think we could be going back in time now to to illustrate what happened in between.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Point and
Oh
click
my god, this
adventure.
looks like a point and click adventure. Okay. Now I worried this would happen.
Yes. There is material.
You wanna read
to
this
be
one out?
discovered. As what? A punishment?
No.
Blankety blank was blank to a blank ritual. He, along with blank blank, ambushed blank blank. Blank blank, posing as blank blank, blank to blank blank, with a blank, which blank had no blank. Blank blank blank, the other blank, and died. Meanwhile, blank blank passed the blank ritual to become blank blank.
There is material to be discovered. There is material to be discovered.
Yeah,
There is material to be discovered.
There's material to be discovered.
Okay, how do you want to begin?
Bush. Okay. Okay.
This is a cultist, or he's been marked by the cultist. He has a black
Yes.
hand and an eye.
Yeah.
So, you know, we had cultists with names like Dark Hand Steward, so this might be like Dark Hand Infiltrator, you know? I'm gonna click on him.
Uh-huh.
The tattoo depicts a hand and an eye.
Okay. Great. It's fucking great.
Green bag?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Gun, loaded pistol, to David Goran for reliable service from Edmund Cloudsley.
Yeah.
Has David Goran been a
I don't know.
cultist this whole time?
I mean... David Goran has weird hair and a mustache.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a redhead, though.
Mm-mm. This could be his bag.
Well, let's look at the letter. Yes, this is David.
David.
Or his stuff.
The gathering will be on March 14th. To follow our plan, we should be there at least 2 hours before midnight. The target will arrive in full costume. Grab rope and weapons. WK.
Walter Keane.
It could be that David has, like, this is the unfortunate guy whose outfit got stolen.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're right.
A coil of rope. A dagger. Ash Blair tobacco.
I think you're absolutely right.
A shabby formal coat. Yeah,
Yeah.
David Goran is now infiltrating.
Yes.
Yeah, because this is not David Goran.
No.
Unless he gets, after getting bonked on the head, he has different hair. So it says he's been hitmaned. I think he's absolutely been hitmaned.
Yes.
I'm Alive now in the chat says, this music rules. Yeah, this is, it is hard to make music that feels playful and tense at the same time, and this game is doing a great job.
This man is in a bush.
Mm-hmm.
In a bush.
Hat or bag?
Hat, please.
A hat.
Great.
There's something under the hat, but it's it's a handkerchief that he's put down so the hat doesn't get
Oh, dirty!
like forest floored. That's really good.
That's cute.
Okay, now another bag. Who is WK? Fascinating.
Walter Keane!
It fully is Walter Keane. Look.
Yeah.
I was like, but Walter Keane is working against them, so I'm curious as to how this is gonna pan out. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Up here,
Yeah.
dragging
Fancy
a body.
Yeah.
Two sets of shoes.
fancy shoes.
Fancy shoes,
and not
Goran's
so
shoes,
fancy shoes.
dragging a body.
Yeah.
Yep. Great. Put them in here. And then two sets of footprints depart in different directions.
The regular
Goran's shoes go up
that
here.
way.
And
Fancy shoes.
WK's
Probably
shoes
Keane. Yeah.
go that way. A bridge?
Yep. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting that we are assuming that Walter Keane made it out alive and that now he wants the idol. Or wants...
And is working with Garin for some reason.
And Cloudsley.
Yeah.
If Cloudsley is even still with us. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, Cloudsley might have died.
We also haven't said what year this is, but I'm presuming that this is after.
I
But
think
this
so,
is
yeah.
March, and our last scene was in November.
This could just be the year after. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready to enter the Hobbit hole?
Yeah, take me to the Hobbit hole. Okay.
Oh, this is so good. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Brothers wear masks appropriate to their house. Dark hands, proud beasts, and water snakes. And of course, we've only previously encountered dark hands, which is what we had thought was like, that's the sign of the cult.
Yeah.
But it's actually just the sign of one of the branches of the cult.
Okay. So we have... Uh-huh. Now, Jack, could I ask you to draw this gentleman for me? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Oh, yeah. Looks a little indifferent. Yeah. You can always zoom in if you want to get some more detail. I don't want you to feel constrained by being zoomed out. Oh. So this is okay. Cuz he's sitting in this one. That's great. I just didn't want to get confused when we saw it later. Was it sitting or standing? Great. Okay. Okay. Great. Thanks. That sure is a proud beast.
That sure is a proud beast. Oh, Kat, didn't we see someone recently who had like a skull tattoo?
Skull.
Where was that? It was like, it looked a bit like this. It looked a bit like this. And
Are you
then
just thinking
it
about
was
how
like
we
that. Do you remember that? Where did we see that?
So are you thinking of...
No. Oh, maybe. Maybe. I feel like we saw someone recently with it. No, not in real life. In the game. Beautiful. Oh, it was Jack Nails' tattoo. Yep.
Yes. Yeah, there was that.
Scary.
Yeah. This is the water snakes. I guess if I don't... It looks a little bit like a sperm. If I'm honest. Sorry, water snakes.
Oh, this music is so good.
It's very spooky, very eerie. Proud beast. And then it's just like it is just with the dark hands.
Thyke in the chat says, 3 houses, 2 alike in dignity.
I wish that it looked like this.
Oh, yeah. Is that not the symbol of the Dark Brotherhood? No, the Dark Brotherhood is just a red
It's just-
hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops.
Okay.
Okay, you want to check out the blue one?
Oh, yeah. I think it's just multiple. Oh.
Brothers wear robes appropriate to their rank.
I appreciate that they have such helpful... You okay?
Yep, a dot went the wrong way.
Oh, no. It's like in an elementary school classroom.
Yeah.
You know?
Master, steward, and initiate. And this is where we get steward from. Darkhand steward is a house and a rank. Okay. 3 scrolls here, I think. Idril Nenzan says, brothers wash their hands and say please. Okay, you ready for scrolls?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, do you want to read this?
January 5, 1789. Masters, I ventured on the Order's mission to reclaim our fire-breathing relic and, with great resolve, punish the despicable enemy. I, with a few brave companions, fearlessly entered his hideout in a remote hunting cabin. But the devil had prepared a treacherous trap, and an explosion slaughtered my dearest friends as we entered his study. Thanks to my sturdy physique, I survived the blast, only to be assaulted by the enemy's lackey, assassin warrior David Gorin, and a pack of bloodthirsty hounds. After an hour of fight, I received numerous deadly wounds, in spite of which I prevailed, and defeated my assailants with my martial training. I discovered the enemy's dead body, slain by the trap of his own making,
Mans is dead.
but no trace of the relic. I am forced to go into hiding, because the government's watchmen are tracking me. Once I have recovered from my deadly wounds and shaken off the watchmen, I will send you the next report. May the Gryphon awaken, Walter Keene.
Okay, questions.
Yeah.
No trace of the relic?
Yeah, I don't buy this at all.
Is Keen trying to get the idol for himself?
I don't think that Edmund is dead.
Where is the relic?
Yeah, this all smells of hogwash to me.
Yeah, Zam's in the chat says, are these lies? They might be, like, a bunch of this might be lies. It also doesn't say how the David Gorin fight ended, but we know that it ended in him starting a little collabo with Gorin.
I mean, we don't know that he began a collabo with Gorin. We assumed this.
Interesting. A small dragon says, people don't normally fight for an hour.
Yeah.
Cheshire Gleam says, I am not allowed to think or speculate because I have played this game, so I will just be vibing and enjoying.
Thank you so much. You can tell us little jokes, though.
Also, I specifically want to give a shout out, in case she's watching,
Oh,
to my sister Alice,
yeah.
who loves this game.
Yes. I can't wait to tell her that we've done this.
She knows that we started playing.
Next scroll. Next scroll.
Masters, I must apologize 1,000 times for my absence, but this is October 20th.
See, the way that he's talking about his, like, recovery, his wounds, I think he's
He's a revenant?
I think so.
Yeah, he might be.
I think he's a Cloudsley relevant.
But
relevant.
my
I think
road-
he's Cloudsley relevant.
You think Cloudsley brought him back to life?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you think that David Daniel, what's his name? Gorin,
Yeah.
survived.
I think Gorin was also brought back to life.
You think that we've got like a fucking
everyone
team?
was absolutely murdered except for Little Pip and Lucia, and everybody else was murdered except one and Edmund. I think Edmund was fine
Because he was in the box.
because he was in the box.
Biosai says, wait, there's necromancy? Yep, it does seem like there is necromancy.
What was the date of the first letter, by the way?
January of 1789.
So the last events might have been in 1788,
They were.
and like a full year is passing.
Well, it was in November of 1788. And then he says, oh, wow, yeah, an absence.
Yeah,
of a
Christmas
year.
happens, and then he's
Wow.
basically out for a year. Masters, I must apologize 1,000 times for my absence, but my road to recovery was full of peril and valor. This guy's great. That cannot be sufficiently conveyed in writing. The government dogs and spies chased me tirelessly, and I was forced to seek refuge in Aquitania to recover from my still dire wounds. There, I finally bested my pursuers with the help of Lazarus Hurst, a young resourceful gentleman whom I met in a remote manor one dark winter's night. I think that's Goran's pseudonym.
Lazarus Hurst.
And I mean, Lazarus is a big clue
yeah,
here.
I mean,
You know,
like,
Lazarus
come
is
on.
Lazarus is Do you know something cool about Lazarus?
Yeah?
So, in contemporary thinking about Lazarus, what is the thing we know about him?
He died and he came back to life.
He was brought back to life by Jesus.
Yeah.
In Victorian and pre-Victorian England, in Georgian England, Lazarus's main sort of didactic function was as a poor man. Lazarus was someone who was very, very poor. And there were a series of biblical folktales about Lazarus begging at the door of a man called Divus, basically begging for like bread.
Okay.
With the didactic message of Lazarus primarily being he was a poor man who suffered, but now he's gone to heaven. And it is amazing to see the way the Lazarus story has sort of obviously developed. All the bringing back to life stuff was always there, but it's like, what is culturally more important? Ghost in the Library says, oh, I always thought this was two different Lazari. That is very possible. It could be two different Lazari. I have just assumed that they are the same Lazarus with different historical readings of like, oh, what is advantageous? What story is advantageous for the church to propone? Eravoid says, a story with absolutely no political function, I'm sure. Frank Scenario says, they are two different Lazari in two Gospels. Interesting. Okay. Not only did he earn my trust by stepping into the fray against the villains, but he turned out to be well versed in the arcane arts, of course not yet close to your skills. I finally recovered and plan to return to Albion. I suggest that Lazarus would be a fine addition to the Order. I vouch for him and will invite him to undergo the appropriate trial. May the Griffin awaken. Walter Keane. Now, this person is a different person than the body in the bush, right?
Lazarus? Yes.
It's like they're trying to get two people in. Keane, Goran, and a third person.
We'll come back to that. I think we need to finish reading all the scrolls first. January 16th, 1790. So this is now... Wow. Okay, so now we're in... And this isn't... This is... How interesting.
Illuminated Masters, I object to the admittance of the individual Lazarus Hurst to our brethren. I submit that our dark-hand brother, Walter Keane, who vouches for him, cannot be trusted because he is a liar and a thief. I am certain that on dispatching our enemy, he kept the golden fire-breathing relic for himself. Nothing will move me on this. He must produce the relic, apologize personally to me, and afterwards be expelled from our brotherhood. Sir Geoffrey Sinclair.
This is fucking funny because the Brotherhood is occasionally pretty polite. He's like, just give the relic back and apologize to me, and then we'll expel you. Frank Scenario says, I think it's also interesting that the cult seems to think the idol just shoots fire. Yep.
Yes, I think that's fascinating. The fire-breathing idol.
And I think this is what the Brotherhood believes. But I think that Walter did not steal the idol. He was brought back to life.
Yes, I agree. Okay.
So now we think that it's Walter Keene and David Gorin who have now come to the cult hideout.
As revenants.
As revenants, yes, and they are trying to get in, but only one of them has dressed up and the other one went the other way.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting. You want to go up or do you want to go right?
Let's go up first. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I take it back. I need to leave right now. To the right. Okay. This is more my speed.
This is more my speed. Oh my god, they're branding them. They're not tattoos, they're brands.
Yikes.
These masks are amazing. And look at this. What the fuck is going on up here?
They're tunnels for the light to shine on.
Okay. Yeah, they are. They're natural light, right? Left to right.
You have a house on your back.
Fella carrying a house on his back. Fellow all wearing his dining outfit.
But he mustn't eat.
Oh yeah, he has no mouth. Interesting.
But he must scream.
But he must scream.
Fish in a house.
Fish in
Are
a house.
they numbered?
These, yeah, they are all
They
numbered.
are numbered.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Stations of the Cross, right?
Yeah, it is.
But, like, baffling. 2 Stations of the Cross.
Okay.
Why does the chat keep saying snail?
A snail?
Oh,
Who is a snail?
he is a snail.
Oh, house on his back. Okay.
And number 3 is a fish in a house.
Cheshire Gleam says, as an ex-Catholic, I can confirm that Station 3 is fish in a house. And then 4 is man wearing too many clothes in summer and too few clothes in winter.
What?
I wonder if this is like
You will, through the power of the cult, be strong enough to carry your house on your back,
Survive without food.
survive without food, be like a fish out
in
of
the air.
water,
Yep.
and the changing of the seasons will not
Yeah, truly.
affect you. Or is it you'll be strong? This is the spell for strong. This is the spell for no mouth.
This one's a tricky one, isn't it?
Okay.
Prepare to receive what you have earned. And this truly is an initiation rather than a punishment, because he
yeah.
has 2 rings.
Yeah,
He is
he's giving
about
him
to
his
be like,
ring.
you're about to be a cultist.
Yeah. Proud beast.
A ruby ring in his pocket, a ruby ring on his finger.
Yeah.
Yep. So he's going to be in House Proudbeast, Stell Proudbeast. And he is going to be an initiate. Just one.
Yeah. Which means that out in the bush,
it was a dark hand initiate.
Yeah.
Okay. And what does this say?
Do you want me to read it? Okay.
I was eating a dog.
Yeah. February 10, 1790. Brother, a member of our order has proposed a new candidate to join our brotherhood. Our brother's trustworthiness, however, has been challenged. Therefore, we have decided to take measures to resolve the fate of these individuals. If the brother proves himself, he can vouch for the newcomer. If the newcomer survives the appropriate trial, he will join our ranks. You are summoned to join our gathering on March 14 and fulfill your role in the rites of the Brotherhood.
Okay.
Council of Masters. So
This
this
is-
is Jeffrey Sinclair.
What?
No, that's Lazarus Hearst.
That might be David Goran under the name Lazarus Hearst. This could be Goran.
It's not. Look at his face.
Hmm.
The initiate is not David Goran.
But the people they're talking about here presumably are WK, Walter Keane, and Lazarus Hearst, right?
Yes, so I think what this letter is saying is Lazarus Hearst, Walter Keane has proposed a new candidate, Lazarus Hearst, to join our Brotherhood. Our brother's trustworthiness, Walter Keene's, however, has been challenged.
Because Jeffrey Sinclair
Jeffrey
thinks
Sinclair.
he's stolen the idol.
Therefore, we have taken measures to resolve the fate of these individuals, Walter Keene and Lazarus Hearst. If the brother proves himself, Walter Keene, he can vouch for the newcomer, Lazarus Hearst. If the newcomer, Lazarus Hearst, survives the appropriate trial, he will join our ranks.
Okay.
But we don't know to whom we don't know what brother this is. We
No.
don't know. Yeah.
No. Who the fuck are you?
Lazarus Hearst.
This is Lazarus Hearst.
Yeah.
What is going on here? So where does Lazarus Hearst come from? Does he actually come from Aquitaine? Do we trust Walter Keane now?
I mean, I don't trust Walter Keane, but I do think, I mean, this fella's not Edmund.
Nope. And he's not Goran.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Inception. You must endure the tests of snail, fire, water, and tree. Evaluation. You must endure the tests of tree, fire, time, and water. Transition. You must endure the tests of stars, fire, water, and snails. Admission. You must endure the tests of snails, time, water, and stars. And these are administered by different people.
Yes. Okay, well, I know that snail is house on back. But what are the other ones? What's fishin' house? Water?
Ah. Fuck.
I hate thinking.
Fuck. Alright. Okay. Let's not worry about that right now. Cat is just peering at the screen like just open-mouthed bafflement. Let's do the upstairs room and just take in the information and then start trying to figure this out.
Okay.
You gotta be brave.
Okay.
This is gonna suck.
Yeah. But what will be fun is that at a certain point,
It's gonna start clicking.
yes.
Yeah, DeWitt says, I appreciate that you two love puzzle games and hate puzzles so much sometimes. It's so true. So the nice thing that I'm noticing straight away is that we don't have individual masks. These masks are in different groups. We have what I would call Comedy Scarecrow, which is this grinning mask. We have Frightening Nosferatu, which is this blue mask. And we have these red masks that are... Oh, shit!
Yeah, the red mask is the same mask as Sebastian wore.
Yes, and whatever is being done here... No, okay. So we can figure out... Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, let's start up here.
Okay.
Done when an accuser has challenged a defender.
Okay. So I want to. Oh, so Jeffrey Sinclair is
Has
the
ch-
accuser.
Yes, and Walter Keane is the defender.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna write accuser, defender, and newcomer. Mm-hmm.
Both drinkers must be barefoot. The substance is added depending on the severity of the accusation, including deadly poison.
If
Then
you
we
read
have-
it while my notes are still up, then
Oh, yeah.
people can't see.
The person doing it adds the substance to one of the cups. The defender chooses, while they're looking away. The defender chooses first. The accuser chooses the remaining. Both partake in wine cups. This is not a good ritual.
This is the Princess Bride ritual.
It is. And someone has died.
And someone's gleeful about it.
Yeah.
That mask is a gleeful mask. Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god. Oh, this is actually really cool. Okay, Ritual of Squabble.
Mm-hmm.
Only initiates can be defender and accuser. The sword must be borne by any dark hand. Required decorations of the hall. There should be a blue tag on the Grim Reaper, the Never Tiring Teacher, and the Feeder of Mouths. Ritual of Conflict. The accuser must deeply hate the defender. The sword must be borne by any initiate. Required decorations of the hall, the Never Tiring Teacher, the Keeper of Treasures, the Mirror of the Soul. And you can see these decorations like here and here.
Well,
And here.
could you bring us back to the wine drinking ritual, please? Okay, done when an accuser has challenged a defender. Both drinkers must be barefoot. The substance is added depending on the severity of the accusation, including deadly poison. So it is deadly poison, which means that this is a very severe accusation, arguably one that is a ritual of conflict, because I think that Jeffrey Sinclair hates Walter Keynes.
Very possibly, yes. Meme Shard in the chat says, "Okay, gang, this is where I'm pulling the ripcord. I am Fulton retrieval systeming my brain. I am no longer attempting to solve riddles. I am now a viewer."
Yeah.
But we also have another.
I can't look at that yet.
Oh, okay.
I need to look at this one first.
Okay.
Because the required decorations of the hall definitely includes a tag on the Grim Reaper because of the Grim Reaper on the thing. So I just wanted to point that out. So now could we go to the next one? Thank you.
Ritual of Dispute.
Mm-hmm.
Only stewards of or higher rank can be defender and accuser. The scepter must be borne by Water Snake Master.
Mm-hmm.
Required decorations of the hall, the Keeper of Treasures, the Never Tiring Teacher, the Grim Reaper. I think this is it.
Well, there's also the ritual of discord.
Mm-hmm. You want to read that one?
The house of the accuser and defender stand behind their brothers. The scepter must be borne by Darkhand Master. Required decorations of the hall, the speaker to the blind, the Grim Reaper, the Keeper of Treasures.
But
So,
I think a book is a Never Tiring Teacher, the Grim Reaper, and a Keeper of Treasures is a key. And here we have a book, a Grim Reaper, and a key.
yeah, I think you're right.
So I think we are looking at a Ritual of Dispute.
Okay. So I'm
Which-
just going to even erase ritual of squabble, ritual of conflict. This is a ritual of dispute.
Cheshire Gleam says, "Now you're thinking like a cultist."
Treasures oh,
Oh, sorry. You want this one?
yeah, treasures teacher reaper. Here, you could bring these up.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're right.
Ghost in the Library says, I'm so glad we have a skull bottle stopper. Essential.
Yeah, crucial. Okay, so
The scepter,
The scepter
must be...
borne by Water Snake Master.
Okay, this is a scepter. Here.
Mm-hmm. And that's helpful because that tells us that water snakes wear white.
No. Well,
because if the scepter is being held by the Water Snake Master,
Do water snakes wear white, or do water snakes wear blue masks?
oh, yes.
I think this is a master rank. I think that these are the 3 ranks of the robes you wear, and the masks represent your house, is my guess. Oh, thank you, Fly on a Dog, who has subscribed.
30 months. Hello. Thank you so much for being here.
But we're agreed this is a scepter, right? That's a sword, and that's a fucking watering can.
That's a watering can.
Yeah, I think blue mask is water snakes.
I think blue masks is water snakes. Yeah. You let me know when you're ready to explore the scene.
Okay, well, I'm going to just make a quick... Things seem so much simpler up
Banning
here.
this person. It was ad spam.
Oh, sure. Yes, so... Water snakes... So we think water snakes...
Like a Nosferatu mask?
Yeah, it's like... Well, I mean, it looks a little bit like a snake, don't you think? But I agree.
It was a while ago, but I just saw it. Mostly Legible said, "This is the worst Taskmaster episode."
Okay.
Okay. So, look. Let's recap.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's March 14th, probably 1790. Whoops.
Mm-hmm.
And outside, in a bush,
There is a man.
Mm-hmm.
who has a tattoo of a dark hand and a single eye. He's been ambushed by David Gorin. He's been hitmaned, right? Well, Gorin and probably...
So one of these men is almost certainly Gorin.
Yes. And one of them is almost certainly Walter Keane. Now we should remember that outside there are also 2 sets of footsteps, or the footprints from outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
The footprints were like this and like this.
Yes.
Okay. Then we came inside.
Yeah, all hell broke loose.
We learned about the masks. We have dark hands, proud beasts, and water snakes.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to look at that, not necessarily right now, but I'd love to look at that tapestry again in case there are any clues in the shapes of the things around. I don't think there were, but who knows. Then I also want to acknowledge that you made a beautiful proud beast,
Oh, thank
of which
you.
you should be so proud.
He's sitting down.
Then we learned about their ranks. I can make these smaller now that I realize I have so much room.
Did you draw all those eyes, or did you copy one a ton of times?
Which one will you... you be more excited about?
I think you copied them a ton of times.
I did copy them a ton of times. And based on this, right, we can piece together that outside, the man in a bush is a Dark Hand initiate, right? Because this was his brand.
Yep.
Okay. Then we had some letters that we found from Walter Keane, which basically amounted to, sorry, I've been gone, XOXO. And then in 1789, 10 months later, he was like, I love my friend, Lazarus Hearst. Fine. Then in another scroll from January of 1790, so a year and some months after Walter Keane goes away, Geoffrey Sinclair is like, I hate Walter Keane, we can't trust him. Okay. Then we learned something about the trials downstairs, because we learned that there's an initiation ritual probably happening to newcomer Lazarus H. I don't know. Something is happening down there. Trials. Then we came back up here. We have pieced together that what is likely happening here is a ritual called the Ritual of Dispute, based on where we have tags in this room. And based on the way that people are standing in this room and the way that it maps to this ritual, we will be able to piece together who is who.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Of course. I think we should go left to right on the people.
Okay.
Let's start here. The Griffin has spoken, says this person.
Okay.
They have a ring,
Yeah.
and they have a tray with a vial of an unknown substance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Here we have someone who is either the accuser or the defender.
Uh-huh.
The Griffin has spoken.
Okay. A ruby ring.
Here we have 2 cups on a stone altar. They contain some wine, but are almost empty.
Okay.
Dead.
Dead. And a ruby ring.
However,
We can look at the mask.
the man in the mask is not breathing.
Okay, so it was deadly poison.
Deadly poison. Over here we have this fellow with a watering can. Can you guess what he says?
The griffin has spoken.
Sorry, the Gryphon.
The Gryphon has spoken.
The Gryphon has spoken. A ruby ring.
A wine carafe.
A tankard.
Yeah, tankard. Okay.
Oh, right, because someone has to pour the wine, and then they turn their backs, and then they put poison in it.
Yes.
It's not pre-poisoned wine.
Right.
Here we go. Someone with a sword.
Mm-hmm.
Let us await the results from the chamber below. A ceremonial sword. Because this could be either way. It could be that he's failed the test, so they're awaiting the results, or it could be that he's passed the test, and we're awaiting a new brother. You know?
Right.
And a ruby ring. And then this person. The Griffin has spoken. A scepter. And now we have all the words we need.
Okay.
And a ruby ring.
Okay.
Now.
Could we look at one more time the instructions for the ritual of dispute? Only stewards or higher can be defender and accuser. Okay.
So, green must be stewards.
Yeah.
Similarly, the scepter must be borne by Watersnake Master. White must be masters.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that this can't be referring to their masks because these two people have different masks.
Yeah.
So if it were only stewards or higher rank, I suppose it could be one could be a steward and one could be a master. I don't know.
Who's red? Initiates?
Could be initiates, yeah. Both drinkers must be barefoot.
Okay.
All right. Let's see what the game is.
I would fully believe that only initiates were in red.
On account of they are holding the most boring stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, go back downstairs and look at the letter from Geoffrey. Illuminated masters, I object to the admittance of Lazarus Hurst to our brethren. I submit that our dark-hand brother, Walter Keene, who vouches for him, cannot be trusted because he is a liar and a thief.
Doesn't really help us in terms of knowing his rank, does it?
No, but we do know that then the masks are Darkhand and whatever Jeffrey is. Okay.
No, Water Snake.
Then Jeffrey is a water snake, and this must be the Darkhand one.
Why?
Because he's saying my Darkhand brother. And we know that the other mask is the water snake one.
Oh, this is Water Snake.
Yep.
That's Darkhand. All right, let's start slotting this in. Because we can just do this. White is Water Snake, or blue is Water Snake. This is Darkhand,
Yes.
and this is Proud Beast.
Okay.
And we can make a guess
We
that,
can definitely do an educated guess.
that this is White is Master.
Yep.
This
Red
is Initiate, and this is a Steward.
Yes, we're geniuses.
Brain geniuses, baby. Oh, alright. Let's just start up here. Walter Keene was challenged to a ritual. To a, and we'll figure that out. Probably evaluation. We can reread the ritual stuff in a second. He, along with presumably
David Gorin.
ambushed.
Somebody. I mean, could be Lazarus outside.
It's got to be Lazarus, right? Because it's not Jeffrey Sinclair.
Yeah. But we thought Walter Keene. Maybe Walter just wanted an excuse to have somebody going inside for a ritual so that David Gorin could be ritualized?
Let's say David Gorin posing as somebody.
Yeah. Okay, talk me through. Talk me through.
Okay. All right. Let's do it like this.
Yeah.
Let's set all this aside. What is our current working model of what's happening? Here's my proposal. I know this is wrong because of, but I'm like, I want to try and determine where we're at so we can be like where we need to be at. Jeffrey Sinclair challenges Walter Keene to a ritual.
Yeah.
Walter Keene brings David Gorin along as a method to ensure the ritual works out in his favor. Because these people are initiates. So I think one of these people here is David Gorin. It's this one. This is David Gorin. Because this man who they took the clothes of was a Darkhand.
Uh-huh.
And he has brought David Gorin along to ensure that the ritual goes in his favor.
So I'm stuck on who is this man who is in the bush. Because Walter Keene is presumably inside. It's not David Gorin. Lazarus Hurst has not been initiated yet, and Jeffrey Sinclair is higher than an initiate. Because if he's able to challenge, he has to be a steward or higher.
Okay, so this is probably Lazarus Hurst,
Yes. I stand by that.
which means
I think that might be Walter Keane out there. But
that's
Walter
a pretty
Keane
fucking
has to
fancy
be-
hat. No, because they drag the body, don't they? Oh, let's go back and look at Walter Keane's hair and see if we can get a little clue of his. No, it's not Walter
It's
Keane.
not
Look,
Walter Keane. Click on him. Yeah.
no,
No.
no.
Wait, click on him again. It might be.
It's not.
In the dark? Redhead in the dark? And he's got like a
No,
square face?
because this is orange. The lighting is consistent enough that like
Yeah.
his hair here would be,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah, let's look at his face.
Square. And he's
He's
brown.
tan, yeah.
Yeah.
No. It's a different man.
But it's not David Gorin.
No.
Who is this man?
And we're sure it's not
Because one of these two men has to be.
oh god.
Okay. Ooh, can I take the mouse, please? Thank you. We said before that this, because it's the Dark Hand brother, is Walter. Because he says my Dark Hand brother.
Probably, if this is even Walter under the mask.
Well,
it could
we-
be someone who's taken Walter's mask.
Well, you have to start from somewhere.
Yeah. No.
Okay, our Dark Hand brother. Yes. This is the Dark Hand mask. So this would be Walter Keane.
So,
so
this,
this would
would
be Jeffrey Sinclair.
Jeffrey Sinclair.
Yes. We just got to start putting names in and seeing where our things follow through. Now, this is what scares me.
Wait.
Do we just have to go Dark Hand? And then.
This doesn't need to be someone we know. This can just be Dark Hand Initiate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. God damn it. Okay. Proud Beast. This is so annoying. Master. Water Snake. Master. Yeah, if this
And
even
this is Water Snake Initiate.
Yeah. So let's see if this is right, and then we'll be able to fill in this more correctly.
Yeah. Dark
Dark
Hand.
Hand Initiate.
We need the name of the ritual.
Yes. Did we grab it? Oh, of
Dispute.
dispute. Yeah, I was looking at my notes. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, so here's my proposal. Straight off the bat, I don't feel good about this. I think that this is low.
Oh my god. You think it's low?
This is. Oh, they won't give us Dark Hand anymore. We've used all that.
Here, my
Oh
sweet.
yes. This is a Dark Hand Steward, and this is a
Water
Snake Steward.
Huh. Yeah, we do have a hint system. Not that I think we should necessarily use it, but we do have it.
I was very confident about that, especially because we know this is a fucking Dark Hand Initiate.
Yeah. 2 or fewer slots are incorrect. Interesting.
We know that the person with the scepter is a master, right?
I think so.
The scepter must be borne by Dark Hand.
Dispute is Water Snake
Oh,
Master.
by Water Snake Master.
Mhm.
Yeah, so these are masters.
Yeah, I think it's mad because we have to give them names.
Yep. I think so. Okay, now, here's what we know.
Mm-hmm.
This is either Walter Keane or David Gorin. It can't be anybody else,
Okay.
right?
Because there's only one Dark Hand Initiate's clothing outside. Yes.
Yes.
Take it from the center.
No, I was seeing what the color of these boxes was underneath.
I think we could probably put dispute up in that yellow in that first sentence, because Walter Keane was challenged to a dispute ritual.
Yeah.
And then we could say he, along with David Gorin, ambushed Dark Hand Initiate.
Yep. True.
And then David Gorin posing as... Maybe David Gorin posing as Walter Keane. Well, no, we've said... so it should be David Gorin posing as Dark Hand Initiate.
Oh, so this should just be David Gorin, probably.
Could be. Yeah. And then in the sentence it should say posing as Dark Hand Initiate.
Yes. 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 I think we've got this. Let me try this real quick because we think this is Keane.
Yeah, but we have... I just wanted to point out that we have signaled. Signaled to Walter Keane.
Oh yeah. Signaled to Walter Keane.
Yeah.
With a something.
What is he holding? He's holding the tankard. So he signaled it with the tankard.
Is he pointing? He's being like, what?
Yeah. Which cup had no poison?
Yeah. This feels good.
Great. And then it would be Jeffrey Sinclair drank
The other cup and
the
died.
other cup and died.
Meanwhile, Lazarus Hurst, who is real.
Yeah, who is fully real. We just need to figure out which ritual it is, and then he becomes a Proud Beast Initiate. Because of the brands.
Oh, yes, you're right. So I wonder if this is a double play by Walter Keane to be like, I'm going to take out my rival and I'm going to get someone who's in on it with me into the cult in one move. So we think that this is Jeffrey Sinclair.
Mm-hmm.
And we think that this is Walter Keane.
Walter Keane, yeah. There we go. That's what I'm fucking talking
Okay, now.
about.
This is a Proud Beast.
That's a Proud Beast steward.
Yep.
And that is Lazarus Hurst. And we just need to figure out the ritual.
It's Inception, Evaluation, Transition, and Admission. Where did we find that document about the ritual? Was
It's
it?
on the scroll up here.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Snail,
Yeah.
food, fish, cold. Okay. So it's...
Snail first. And then maybe... administered by Proud Beast Steward.
Oh, yeah.
So it's Inception.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Solved.
Yay! Inception should go in both.
This looks great.
Yay!
You want to read this one?
I knew we could do it. After being challenged to a ritual with potentially deadly consequences, Walter conspired with David to devise a plan which would ensure his own safety. They captured a Brotherhood member on his way to the gathering. David took his costume so that during the ritual of dispute he could indicate to Walter which cup was poisoned. Therefore, Walter chose the safe cup, and his opponent drank the poison and died.
Yeah. Yeah. Albedo says, what consumes but has no mouth? Fire. What is the home of a fish? Water. Yeah, let's see. It's this one. That's a snail. Fire consumes but has no mouth. Water is the home of a fish, and then trees have their leaves in the trees shed their leaves. Yeah. Ghost in the Library says, biggest twist is that Lazarus was just some real guy.
I know.
Yeah. Oh.
Aravoid says, and what's a weird dude? A tree. Exceptional.
Oh,
That was
boy.
amazing. I feel a rush.
Yeah.
This is what drugs are like for other people.
I don't know if we...
It is.
All right. You want to take 5 minutes and then...
Yeah, I'd love to.
And then we will refill our water bottles and then we will return.
Yeah.
It's only 7 o'clock, so we're
I know.
doing great. I'm having a great time.
I'm having a great time.
Okay. Bye. Oh, Aravoid says, y'all did so good, and Cheshire Gleam says, yeah, that was a genuine delight to watch. I'm so glad.
Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad we were not simply fools. I'm glad that we took the time to be like, okay, no, we're just going to go through the sentences
piece
with
by
what
piece.
we have in our bank rather than try to piece together the story through the narrative that we think it is.
Once we figured out the identity of the man in the bush, and then we went, oh, only one person in this scene can be David Garn. That really helped.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Wait, give me the pen.
Hebbo. Hebbo. Heb. 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 Hell. Heb. Heb. Wait, could you be right back again, please? Because I liked it very much, and I think I might hold on to that as an image. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I love it. Be right bark. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll get it into Procreate for you, and then you can write me a new.
Heb.
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 Heb. Heb.
Smashing their clipboards. Oh Lord.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Whoa, he got huge.
I know. Okay, no, so a couple of things have to happen at once. I have to move this back down here. I need to make this go away. And then I need to pull... Oh, everyone say goodbye! Everyone say goodbye to Heb! Goodbye, Heb! Goodbye, Heb. We love you so much.
No, Heb, that's quicksand, Heb!
Is immune to quicksand.
Like all lions.
Yeah. Yes, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, would you like me to get you a tinny before we begin?
Yes, I would love a tinny. Are you gonna have a second tinny?
Maybe in a bit.
In a bit. A tinny in a bit. By a tinny, we do live in LA County, and so it is a hard kombucha. A tinny? A tinny. A tinny. Tinnies. The lads are drinking tinnies. Way yo, lads on tour drinking tinnies from the store. You know? Is that helpful? Yeah. Did you hear my chant?
That
That we were lads on tour drinking tinnies from the store.
Lads on tour drinking tinnies.
All right, before we continue,
Heb,
I'd like to
Heb.
I'd like to talk a bit about the history of cursed objects.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so this game is part of a long tradition of games made in the West about cursed objects,
Yeah.
usually from colonized places.
Nancy Drew tries to do this about Hawaii.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
The-
I think it's Hawaii.
like an existing, well-documented literary trope, especially in colonial literature and even then post-colonial literature, is the cursed object and the magic and havoc that it wreaks on almost exclusively colonizers. This showed up in a bunch of different places. You know, the sort of the earliest types of it that I can think of are stories about curses from the Spanish colonization of South America. We have all these historical stories about cursed. Oh my god.
Yeah, my iPad can also do this. It's not just a good notes machine.
Yeah. Of cursed gold. And this is also where we get stories about like cursed idols.
Yeah.
And then with Egyptomania in the Victorian era, as the colonization of Egypt happened, and the sort of the discovery by England of ancient Egypt's history, we see this rapid proliferation of stories about cursed objects, usually mummies, and usually curses inflicted by a tomb being opened. And then as you move into the early part of the 20th century, or the latter part of the 19th century and the early part of the 20th century, you have the development of adventure fiction, adventure stories, thinking about like Rider Haggard, thinking about the Mines of Solomon. This is sort of where we get Indiana Jones as a character from, and where Indiana Jones is sort of mining the history of cursed objects. Eravoid in chat says, I'm not super familiar with Lara Croft as a series, but Easy Money says, yes, absolutely. And there are several things going on here, and I don't want to generalize in terms of what these stories are doing, but there are several threads that are notable, which is that they are very often written by white people and white people in the heart of the empire. So the colonial heart. You know, you're talking about London, you're talking about major European cities, you're talking about Spain. And they are stories in which a cursed object affects some kind of retributive power on the colonizers. You know, we see stories of the mummy's curse being one in which a mummy returns to London and wreaks havoc. You know, Carnarvon, who was one of the men who opened Tutankhamun's tomb, or who broke into Tutankhamun's tomb. There's all these sorts of stories about, his death being part of a curse. And so there's a way of talking about cursed artifacts that allows people to, or allows colonizers to render out their guilt, or render out a kind of latent guilt in this conversation of like, well, what if the, and I'm affecting a voice here, but like, what if the dark magic, what if the unknowable magic of these people that we colonized is turned back on us
But
in
it's
some
so
way?
important to remember that even if this is like the colonizer, or in many cases, especially when we're talking about British colonial history, even if there is like white guilt there, the idea of the cursed object is not an object of power or empowerment for the colonized.
No.
And even if it is guilt, it is not a curative figure.
Yes. These stories often take place in London. They don't take place in, for example, Cairo. Because what we're seeing is basically there is no great upending of how things go, right?
Because it continues to serve to other where this object has come from,
fully,
and the people that it represents.
Yeah, it is in a very real sense the sort of the same story that we see when King Kong gets brought back to New York and smashes up New York, where it's like this is just an emblem of our colonial effort.
Yes.
But there's a piece that I was reading that I think might be a really interesting way into this. This is a piece by how would you pronounce this first name?
Oh, it's an Irish name. So, from what I know about Irish names, not the way I'm gonna say it.
I'm gonna say this piece is by Elise Bulfin, writing at Trinity College Dublin. The piece is called "The Fiction of Gothic Egypt and the British Imperial Paranoia: The Curse of the Suez Canal." And what Bulfin does in this piece that's really interesting is also draws a line between the cursed objects and political tension in and around the colonial project as well. So she's saying that these cursed stories come out not just because of the these cursed stories come out not just because. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I was reading the chat and then I lost my train of thought.
I'm so sorry. I don't know, but this is her Google Scholar page.
Not just because tombs have been opened or treasures have been plundered, but because within the colonial project there is some tension going on. You know, these stories of curses of Egypt also came out at about the same time that Britain was struggling with understanding whether its colonial governor in Egypt or the ruling class that it had established in Egypt was actually working for the best interests of the British. And at the same time as the Suez Canal was being cut, so this massive sort of like industrial project in Egypt. And so to tie this into the Curse of the Golden Idol, I think the Golden Idol is on some level trying to play with this and launder this by, you know, we talked about Aquitaine and Albion. They're saying, oh, we're not in the real world. We're in Aquitaine and Albion. The idol came from Monkey Paw Island, and the cult that we're dealing with seems to be some sort of, Lovecraftian.
Well, I mean, it is called Monkey Paw Island, which of course is, when I think about what is a classic story about a colonizer who regrets a cursed object, it's The Curse of the Monkey Paw.
Oh yeah, fully, absolutely. But at the same time, we're seeing in the same way that Bulfin is drawing this between curses and sort of like existing politics. It is so striking to me that the idol's first big havoc that it wreaks when it gets back to the home country is to do with wills and inheritance and land rights. Where it's like we are rapidly dropped into a story about these like upper class barons who are all, feuding over inheritance and various houses there.
Yeah, but I don't think that, I think it's so helpful to think about, like, how is the idea of the cursed object, like, how does it inherit this legacy of colonialism? But to acknowledge that it is sort of an object imbued with projections of colonial or white guilt doesn't cure or fix, right? It's not a decolonial object. And arguably, it's a post-colonial object, right? It's saying we're beyond this now. Can't we look back at all of these stories as like apologies?
Right. Yes.
Where, because the stories that we're being told so far are about white people. I don't know. And also, as white people, I don't know how much we can offer insight into like how to further this reading. This line of media criticism, but I think it's really helpful to think about it this way, at least in part.
Yeah, I want to be as clear as possible that when I say that these stories are an expression, or that critics have talked about these stories as an expression of white guilt, the Victorian imaginary of white guilt that I'm not talking about is the Victorians saying, "Oh, what we did was wrong, and we're feeling very sorry about it."
Yeah.
The white guilt that I'm talking about there was people saying, hang on, I'm starting to feel feelings that that are uncomfortable to me, and I don't want to approach them, address them, or work through them in any way other than telling stories about what if a curse came down into my town. You know, when I say white guilt, I'm not talking about it as we might understand it today, of people going, oh, geez, I feel bad about that.
Totally.
And more like, there is something turning over in my stomach, and I don't want to examine it, so I'm going to write a story about what if an...
Sorry, the loudest motorcycle in the world just went by. I think... I saw a really good... so Zams152 says, the trope comes much more from the fear of the colonized rather than white guilt, IMO. I think it's absolutely a combination of those things, right? A sort of, like... Because we were talking about this earlier with, like... it continues to exoticize. It continues to other. It continues to be, like, this fear... and also it eroticizes, right? There's a sort of like huge amount of power that is at play there from these objects that are quote unquote cursed. Benji in the chat says, right, but then we also see these images that are pretty stereotypically othered in their ethnicness. Speaking as a person of color, it's interesting how this game is stepping away from targeted racism, but still using these motifs, images referring to statues, masks, etc. is in the game. And then Potato Nut says, the curse of the Suez Canal, the Ever Given.
Yeah, I think Baisai articulates kind of what I'm trying to get at when I talk about Victorian white guilt by saying, it's, quote, it's scary to think we might have fucked up. Ooh, isn't that scary? Like a scary object.
100%. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. I'm getting to Lovecraftian because of a combination of these masks, and also I think it is worth noticing that the idol, rather than having classically Earth colonial depictions of, like a Mayan idol or an Aztec idol like you see in Indiana Jones or things like that, this idol has two very distinctive curling tentacles around its neck.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's been invented in this way.
Yeah.
Also, I find the skull over here with, like, where you would think of teeth, it sort of has these like claws.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something there that feels. I think you put it best, Jack, several years ago when you tweeted, Cthulhu. Oh, you mean an octopus?
Yes, yes. The tweet was something like, the creature was beyond my wildest imagining. No one could picture such a creature. Oh, it's an octopus. You mean it looks a bit like an octopus? Yeah. All right.
You're very funny.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Has anyone ever said?
Occasionally.
And you have beautiful eyelashes.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Let's go.
Okay, shall we do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Gonna pull up my notes. They live right here. Oh. I'm a little frightened of this. I sort of wanted to dwell on the image that was there. Do you think we'll get it right away, or do you think we'll have to work for it?
I think we'll have to work for it. Chapter 3, The Ascent, the crowning celebration by the lighthouse.
Oh,
Yep. Look at this.
we didn't really have to work for it.
Yeah, right off the bat.
Would you like to oh, look at all their...
Yeah. I'll be on this and you'll be on notes. Firstly, I can't help but notice that a fellow has been...
Oh, I didn't notice that. You said you couldn't help but to notice, but I didn't notice it at all.
Great music.
Do you prefer this?
or the music that was in the inn?
The music that was in the inn, absolutely. Oh god, this is great. I wonder if this is also going to be an equally long loop. Okay, let's go left to right. We got some cultists without masks, but now we know their ranks, which is really good. We have 2 masters, we have 1 steward, and we have 2 initiates.
2 initiates. Oh.
Oh, okay. 1 scroll containing rules and 1 scroll containing history.
A scroll?
Scroll. Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Griffin Rebirth. The one who claims to be Gryphon Reborn must perform a miracle. If no one can repeat the miracle, the masks fall.
Oh. Claimant is crowned as Griffin Reborn. If someone repeats the miracle, it is proven that it was not a miracle. Oh,
Yeah, this is so cool.
but mere magic. Claimant is punished with death.
Head chop right off.
Well, it seems like no one was able to repeat it.
The masks
The
have
masks
fallen, yeah.
fallen.
History.
My God.
You want to read this one?
Yeah, I'd love to. In 1725, the first Dark-Hand Lord Harrington demonstrated flying, jumped off a cliff to his death. In 1756, Proud Beast Master Lord Pledsley performed a seance, talking to the spirits. Lord Angus MacBain repeated the miracle, proving him unworthy.
Killed him.
In 1764, Dark-Hand Master Lord Jones demonstrated the creation of a homunculus.
In a little pot.
Lord Angus MacBean produced a homunculus as well. Wow, MacBain is really able to show up and be like, yeah, fuck you, me also.
Yeah.
In 1771, Proud Beast Master Lord White carried out the hypnosis of a serpent. Lord Angus MacBain hypnotized the same man as well.
Oh, Angus MacBain is very good at this.
And also, I'm concerned that he's been around and doing this for like 40 years.
Yeah. What's the date of the first thing where they get the idol?
$1742. So this is...
The cult predates our idol, at
Yes.
least. Interesting. Meme Shot says, I'm starting to think Angus MacBain is the Griffin Reborn.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm thinking.
But he's not claiming that he is. He's just
No.
debunking other people's...
Which makes me think that he might be. Because the only person who's a true leader is the person who doesn't want to be leader. I don't believe that.
Okay.
Oh, can you open that back up again, please? The history.
And then 1771.
So,
First, Harrington flew. And then, in 1756, Fledsley seanced. Then Jones homunculud.
Garrulous Monolith says, I like how they're all, well, if you do it with just magic, it's not a real miracle. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get some distinction between those two. This music is so good.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. So here we have the boat tied up to the shore
sure.
and someone wearing
Little black buckled shoes.
little black buckled shoes. This doesn't look like Walter.
No.
Walter Keane has long hair. He does have fancy shoes, but you know.
I think this is Walter.
Oh yeah, it could be, yeah.
The masks?
5 strange-looking masks.
Sure.
That was an actual miracle. Unbelievable. So, is there a Griffin reborn?
Great question.
He has a ruby ring and a... What is this? A seal
A seal
with
of 7.
a heavy seal.
Huh.
Huh. Kneel before Griffin reborn and... Oh, this is Lazarus Hurst. Kneel before Griffin reborn and make ready. I will lead you brothers to great many changes.
Okay, but he has the spell book.
Hey, I've had a thought.
Yeah. Do you think this is young Edmund?
What if it's not a necromancy spell?
What if it's a make young again spell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or adopt the look of a person.
Who knows?
Miracle preparation. After this input,
Decrease air, I think.
aim at the sky, press the lever to maximum position, and hold for at least 10 seconds. At this point, the idol should be full enough to perform the miracle once.
I'm sorry. I'm alive now says, the Sips and Spits age spell.
Okay. Miracle hypothesis. The water works better, but the effect is not as convincing. Therefore,
Increase air.
main challenge is ensuring my balance when holding on to the idol. Practice is paramount.
Do you think he pretended to fly? Like he sucked up a bunch of air and then he spit out a bunch of air to be able to like make him look like he was flying?
I don't know. Yep.
Well, because the little tab close to the book is like a little launch.
Yeah. But we can see here that he's holding the sort of the stuff. But yeah, there's like a very notable
Device.
the idol is like hidden in a thing. Oh, right. Nobody knows where the idol is right now. That's really cool.
But presumably it's in there.
It's in something, yeah.
Okay, his feet.
He's wearing spurs.
Spurs.
Interesting. And thus Griffin Reborn revealed himself to his brothers by demonstrating a true miracle. A ruby ring, a silver crown with gems.
Hey, how do you spell spurs?
S-P-U-R-S.
Great, just like how I spelled it.
How did you spell it?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Here, I brought back your staff, O Griffin Reborn.
Yeah, that's Walter.
And
He looks fucked up.
The idol is hidden in this.
Yes.
He's got his little thing of hats. He's got a golden snuff box filled with opium powder,
Yeah, okay.
labeled AM.
Huh. Or
W, no. He's
Yeah.
got the idol.
interesting. Yeah.
The golden idol is enclosed within the handle of an ornamental cane. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This is how he's going to fake fly.
His little spout.
A ruby ring. Hey, do we think that this might be, McBean?
Yeah, I think it might be McBean.
Okay.
May 14, 7091. Okay, so this is like May, maybe 14, 1791. And the previous one was 1790. So this is about a year later.
Dear Master McBean, these threats to contact the Chief Inspector about my past, he's a highwayman, offend me greatly.
Yeah.
Being an honest soul, I have no choice but to comply with your base demands. I may have invited Lazarus into our brotherhood, but he has not shared all his secrets with me. Luckily, I had an opportunity to see him practicing this miracle. He has a magical artifact hidden in his cane. When performing the miracle, he input the following glyphs. Then he presses a small lever in the handle of the cane, and it grants him the powers to demonstrate the miracle. I have no doubt that the staff will work just as well in your hands as his. Sincerely, Darkhead Stewart. He ratted him out.
Yeah, he did rat him out. But did he send this letter? Or was he about to? 'Cause
Oh, yeah,
it's still in
true.
his possession.
But I am fully convinced this is Cloudsley.
Yeah.
Fancy boots.
Yeah, buckles. Why do we need to know this?
We don't know this man.
Yeah. So, but where's David Goran?
Don't know.
What an honor to be able to experience such an historical event. A ruby ring, a pocket watch.
Without an engraving, that's rare.
Yeah. Protocol of an attempt to demonstrate a miracle. Location: the lighthouse on Gull Islet near the Horn of Codhead. Time: noon. Present: Lord Angus McBean, Lord Alistair Cock,
Hehehehe.
Dr. James Turner, Sir Walter Keane, Mr. Lazarus Hurst.
So we just don't know who is James and who is Alistair.
No, in charge of notes, Mr. Nicholas Maker, the lawyer.
Yes. Okay. Let's go into our thinking panel and assign some names.
Oh wait,
please.
let's look at this one first.
Oh, sure.
Dear Watersnake Brother Maker, as the director of the Seven Seas Trading Company, I do not assess work applications. Please go through the official channel so my staff can evaluate your credentials as an attorney.
Rude.
Darkhand Master, JT. I don't know what's going on there, but
Yeah.
oh my god, people who had the magical relic in their hands chronologically.
Oh my God.
Oh, and of course, McBride wouldn't be able to do it.
McBain?
McBain wouldn't be able to do it because he wouldn't know to cast the counter spell first.
Right. Right. The only one of the cult who has had the idol so far is Sebastian
Yeah.
and Willard.
Yeah.
After that, the idol's just fallen out of their sight, right? Interesting. Okay. Blank, 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 the blank. Using the blank to demonstrate the miracle of blank and become Griffin Reborn. Feel confident about that?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Blank, 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 the blank afterwards. This resulted in blank blank's death from a blank blank. Blank blank blackmailed blank blank to find out how blank blank would perform the miracle. This is Walter Keane. Walter Keane has been blackmailed.
Yeah, go ahead and pop those in.
And I'll do the names too. To find out how Lazarus Hurst,
From the Miracle of Flying.
this music is so good.
You can also pop it over in the left-hand one, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, true. Okay.
And it's
the-
Lazarus Keen. 'Cause
Lazarus
I think the thing that
Hurst.
Hurst. I think the thing we learned from our last case is like fill in what you know, so you don't get tripped up trying to find answers to things that you
Yes.
won't need.
So let's do these people here. This is Lazarus Hurst.
Yep.
This is Maker.
Mm-hmm.
This is Walter,
Walter
Keane.
Keene. I wonder if we're supposed to use their shoes to figure out what their occupations are. But let's keep going.
This guy is just wearing brown boots.
Because they both have white robes on, so we can't use the fact that one of them is a master. One of them is a doctor. I mean, the man with glasses always looks like a doctor to me.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. And he just has little buckly shoes.
Can we look at the list of names again?
Yes. The list of names is...
I think Nicholas has them.
Nicholas? Oh, yes.
Dr. James Turner. Okay, so we need to figure that out.
Meme Shot says, have we even gotten to the body lying down on the right yet? No.
I mean,
Meme Shot also says, remember when the first puzzle was just us figuring out where the fuck we were on an island?
and then the other one is just regular Alistair. He doesn't have a
Lord
title.
Alistair Cock. And Gremlin says, who rejected Maker's job request? JT. Dark Hand Master JT. Oh,
Yes,
that's James Turner.
yes.
So James Turner
And
works...
he works for the Seven Seas. He's the director of the Seven Seas Trading Company.
Interesting. So it's probably this man. He has a seal with 7
Oh,
on
he
it.
does. Perfect. Then yes, that's him.
So this man is James Turner.
Great. That means that man is Alistair Cock, because the dead man is obviously Angus McBean.
But maybe.
I mean,
Hey,
we
Kat,
have a list of all who is present.
Who's missing from this scene?
Me,
he's a scoundrel.
David.
Yeah. Where's
Yeah,
David Goran?
We don't know yet. How come we can look at the waves lapping up on the shore? Is that... Oh, no. Who walked... Oh, God, this is the fucking chronology. Oh, Lord. Okay.
Okay, we'll worry about that later.
Yeah.
That's not to worry about. Whoa!
Mm-hmm.
He tried to perform the thing.
Yeah, but he couldn't.
Okay. His arm appears to be broken. Both his legs appear to be broken.
God.
This is fully McBean.
Yeah.
Water Snake Master. Lately I have experienced disturbing dreams and I feel cursed. Are you the source of this with your magic? Desist immediately, and know that when pushed, my rage is absolute. Do not toy with the well-being of the Empire's general,
Oh my
for I do
God.
not tolerate being attacked. In many voyages I have learned the dark arts too. If need be, I will summon 1,000 invisible demons to crush your bones.
Oh my God.
One of my favorite running gags is that the cult members will, like, send fairly polite letters
Yeah.
before taking action. I feel like he's just saying, are you cursing me with your magic? Desist.
I mean, listen, I know it's not cool to reference Hamilton at all. But, I mean, this is very your obedient servant A. Burr.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
She wants to jump up behind... Okay.
I
She's
feel
managed
like
it.
this is also Charles Dickens regularly pulls the your
Sure,
obedient servant
Of course. Well, I
thing
mean, I think it's because they did it.
of just like deeply passive aggressive,
Yeah.
like yeah.
So let's name Angus McBean so we can clear up our word bank.
You think this is... Oh, right, yes. We know McBean was here.
It's in the middle. Yeah. Blidding.
Blooding. Beautiful.
Great, now we can organize our words in our word bank.
That was too easy.
I hate that we have with and from.
Yep. Yep. This music is so beautiful.
It's great.
I feel like this is the kind of thing that you would do.
It is played much better than I could play, but yeah, kind of. I mean, the thing with this is like pitch shifting it digitally, and the thing I tried to do with Sangfiel was have the instruments break down like
Yeah.
in microphone. But this is played really beautifully. I was gonna say, having recorded a bunch of broken violins last year, this is not easy to do.
I love that the water looks scribbly,
It looks scribbly in 2 frames,
I love
and then
it.
it's like the
like an airbrush.
yeah, really cool. I don't fully understand what's going on here. Oh, I tell you what it does tell us. McBean is a water snake. And there is only one water snake mask.
Well, except that this has been signed Proud Beast Master, and if we look at his face, what mask does he have? He has a water snake. Yeah, so he's a water snake, which means that this letter is from a Proud Beast
To him.
to him. So the folks who are here, do we need to name what their affiliation is?
No.
Okay.
Dear friend, it is not so simple for me to get you a seat alongside me on the court of directors at the Seven Seas Company. As a doctor, I recommend you to stop obsessing over it. It will only unbalance your humours. Let us discuss alternatives at the next party at Kensington Palace. 2 men are now
do they
trying to
want
get a
so
job
bad
on
to work
the
at
Seven
Seven
Seas
Trading
Company.
Company?
Cheshire Glebe says, the kind of thing you would do, hopefully referring to create this music and not become the leader of a cult. Yeah, definitely create the music.
Listen.
Butter Basil says, friends at the table is a kind of cult. It is not. In fact, we explicitly try and avoid that. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, it has big we're preparing another expedition vibes. They know about the idol and they want them? I don't know. Yep.
Yeah.
Good try, bro. By which I mean, no. The man is not breathing and has a severe wound at the back of his head.
Okay.
Okay, Cat, close your eyes.
Oh.
What's the worst thing to see at the fairground? That's right.
A cursed seal. Yeah. The joke didn't work for anybody else because you hid it behind the notes. When I closed my eyes, I was like, I hope Jack's not going to do something behind where the notes are.
Okay, fine.
I'll hide your notes in case you try and do another joke.
Okay,
Okay.
cast seal. Let me put that back. Right. Here is what I recommend.
What do you recommend?
I recommend we go upstairs.
I agree. Don't forget to look at the door though, because
Yeah.
it.
The door is locked from the inside.
Okay. Interesting. Well, let's head up. Oh, the oars as well. Let's make sure that we look at them.
What oars?
The
Oh.
oars.
Oh, the oars. A set of heavy wooden oars.
Oh.
By guarding the lighthouse, you guard the Empire. General Alistair Cock.
I love that.
And he's got a water snake
Yeah,
logo.
killing. But killing a snake.
Yeah, what's going on here? A trapdoor that connects the staircase to the top of the lighthouse. Not locked. Fucking hell.
Okay.
Alright.
Can I see the mask? So, one thing I would like to do is clear this, because this is pretty clear that Angus McBean blackmailed Walter Keane,
Yep.
right? And then we could say Lazarus Hearst jumped from
The lighthouse.
the lighthouse using the idol to demonstrate the miracle of flying and become Griffin Reborn. Then
We
Angus
have
McBean tried to do the same thing and he died. Angus McBean jumped from the lighthouse afterwards This resulted in Angus McBean's death from a
Head wound.
Head wound, yeah. Wound head.
It's seal cuss. What?
But we haven't done this one.
No, we've done it.
We haven't done the chronology.
Yeah, but they've completed the level. So you don't need to do these
Yes.
to complete the level.
But, of course we do.
Yeah, but of course we do. Look at him go.
God, look at him go.
When Lazarus Hurst jumped from the lighthouse and survived using the hidden golden idol, Master Angus McBean thought he had enough information to repeat the miracle and prevent Lazarus from becoming Griffin Reborn. He seized the staff from Lazarus and locked the lighthouse doors to prevent foul play. However, he did not know all the secrets of the idol. It did not work for him, and Angus jumped to his death.
So it's
First,
Lazarus
has it,
then Angus.
then Walter.
Yeah, because he's holding it now. Great.
Great.
Great. Wow.
That was pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
So, but what is it that he is... What does he not know about... Oh! Does he give him the wrong...
No, it's that he doesn't know to do the counterspell.
Oh, right. He hasn't prepped the new spell.
Yeah. Now, why? Now, what I want to know is why does Walter Keane have this snuff box with this? Why? So strange.
What if he's not actually Walter Keane? Well, but why would he have the snuff box on him today?
I don't know.
Oh, it's... Cheshire Gleam says it's Angus's snuff box.
Oh, Angus McBean. Yes. Okay. So he's
Angus had the letter. He took them both.
Yes, he's picked them.
Yeah. Okay.
Got it. Great.
Cool. That
Let's head on home.
one was comparatively straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
I Sense Scream says, never seen anyone refer to the footprints solving this one. Not sure why they're there.
Yeah. I really thought it was going to be like a more of a, and then the chicken feed and the wolf situation.
Yeah,
but-
yeah.
Okay.
What is going on here?
Only one way to find out.
The interrupted weekend at the doctor's salon.
Oh, they're fighting.
Wow.
And that's Alistair, right? With the mustache?
This.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
What is going on here?
Well, let's try and name who we. Oh no,
No.
I don't like this.
No, I do not care for that. All right, let's do the classic method.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Tea house. Chess house.
Oh no.
Croquet field. Flower beds.
Uh-huh.
Salon.
Uh-huh.
Library.
Uh-huh.
Flower beds.
Uh-huh.
Fountain.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a map.
Yes.
Frank Scenario says, this is a Taskmaster team task gone awry. Yes, truly.
All right. Big scissors man, please.
Not helpful. Oh lord, I did not expect something like this in our household. Okay. Slightly greasy garden shears.
No, once again, darling.
Slightly greasy garden shears. Try again. You'll get it this time. Slightly grassy garden shears. Okay. This is a garden.
Yes.
This is such a mess. However, we will clean the blood out of the rug.
His eyes give me a bad vibe.
Yeah, I don't feel good about that. Ha! Leopold, your plan to frame 2 is sublime, but your missing button is more than enough proof that you did it. Constable, please escort this man out.
Okay, this is very funny.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Sophisticated Pill says, I would stop hanging out with the group where people keep turning up dead.
You're in too deep, though, you know?
Phlogistic says, but what if they could theoretically get you a seat on the Seven Seas Trading Company board? Brackets. They will not. Ugh. Okay.
Okay.
Cult member.
So we mustn't forget to grab frame, 2, and button.
Okay. Let's make 3 little zones that I can start loading these into.
It won't let you. But
Okay,
over
it
there
will let
is
me do
fine.
it there. And here. Okay. A clean doctor's scalpel.
So then is that James Turner? Can we go to the previous one?
Yes. Yes, this
Yes.
is James Turner. Oh, this music! And he has a clean small sword.
Okay.
Everybody in this game has weapons.
They sure do. I mean, wouldn't you?
Now, this is probably Leopold.
Oh, sure.
James, this is preposterous. You know damn well that he was killed by that Lemurian savage. Christ, okay.
Prosperous.
What did I say?
It doesn't matter.
What did I say?
I don't know anymore.
Preposterous.
Preposterous. Preposterous.
And he is wearing, we can
One.
see that one of his buttons
Yes,
is
one
missing.
of his buttons is missing.
Okay. Okay. There's lots going on here. A clean small sword.
Mm-hmm.
Taskmaster task. Murder Alex Horn. Most elegant murder wins. You have 15 minutes. Your time starts now. Second task. Frame another contestant for your murder of Alex Horn.
I love a 2-part test.
Most successful framing wins.
Is there a new series out?
There is, yes. I was thinking about starting it tonight. Meme Shot says, surely none of the contestants would be foolish enough to just pull the idol's lever without checking it first, right, Alex? Okay.
May 8th, 1792. Dear friend, now that the elections are over, please join me for a leisurely weekend at my manor with good old Augustus and some other fine fellows. We will have some drinks and discuss what to do about that Prime Minister position. Kindly confirm your presence. Dr. James Turner.
It is...
It's a young again spell. It is. He took a rotted apple and made it young again. He didn't take...
Ah!
Yeah.
He didn't rot an apple.
Or he didn't take a rotted apple and bring it back to life. He
Yeah.
took a rotted apple and made it young again.
Yeah. What
Which
made you
is like-
think that?
Well, that prime minister position reminds me of like how Cloudsley was in Parliament.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if he's trying again to be have more power.
Yeah. Although as far as we can see, he's not in this scene.
No. And I hate that we can't grab anybody's names so far.
Not yet. Nope. This is Alistair Cock. This is outrageous. I thought you were an honourable man, Leopold, not some Aquitanian agent trying to sabotage our friendly relations with Lemuria and provoke a conflict. A ring with a ruby. A clean small sword.
Does this drunken man have a ring with a ruby? He has a towel over his arm, which leads me to assume he works here.
Yes, he has a towel over his arm. He does, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so he is agreeing with Alistair. Alistair is saying, you are framing one of these people, but I know that your missing button makes it clear to me.
Yeah.
And he's saying, why would you do this, Leopold? Why would you do this framing?
Curious about why the missing button proves that it's Leopold. But anyway, let's carry on to the next man.
He stole his life just like that. The Doctor is a smart man since he saw through his lies.
I feel like there's something more
Fantastic
going
hair.
on here.
Yeah, I feel like there is something more going on here.
May 8, 1792. Dear friend, at one of the balls, you said that you would love to meet someone actually interesting. I'm having a weekend of drinks at my manor, and a prince from the 11th clan of Lumeria will be joining us. Please do us the honor of your company too. Please kindly confirm your presence. Dr. James Turner.
Interesting. So all these people have been brought here.
They've all been invited.
Yeah. I hope the host did not notice me when he was leaning over the sleeping eye patch gentleman.
The sleeping eye. Oh, that's close the window. That man, Leopold. So Leopold has an eye patch.
Okay, so the chat is pointing out that the countries that have been named so far are Albion, a sort of mythical place in England's history, Aquitaine, a mythical place in French history. Well, sort of, it's like a duchy, like a historical semi-mythical duchy, and then Lemuria, which I looked up, and Chad is also saying is a hypothesized sunken continent that was thought up as a way to explain why lemur fossils could be found in Madagascar and India, but not anywhere between. Lemuria is like an Atlantis-style fake continent.
It's like a sunken continent in South Asia. Of some variety.
Oh, Aquitaine is very not mythical. Yes, that was my gut, but I was thrown off by Albion and Lemuria. It's a place, and it's a house of it's a noble house. All right, let's see. A single brown stone slate seal. A spicy smelling ornamental box. Dear Prince, I heard that you got invited to a party by the director of the Seven Seas Company himself. I know you hate associating with these invaders and thieves, but this might be just the opportunity that we seek to reclaim our honor. Dear Prince, as you know, I am a great aficionado of Lemurian culture. It would be my pleasure to invite a member of the Tu clan to spend a leisurely weekend at my estate with some of our own political dignitaries. Kindly confirm your presence, Dr. James Turner. I will say, I am glad that all these people are carrying all their letters
Documents, I know. It's so helpful. I carry every letter you've ever sent me.
around. A clean Lemurian war club. Okay. A boomerang.
Could we open up the thinking panel?
Yes.
I'm getting worried. How am I supposed to name these people? Okay, carry on. We have to know where they were. Okay. Maybe this book will help us.
I was gonna go the front,
You're so
left to right.
yeah. You're so right. You should. The button.
Button in the hand. Oh, we have a thing. This man is not breathing and has a huge vertical wound on his forehead. A clean small sword. Dear friend.
The elections are over, so let's uphold tradition and have a leisurely weekend at my place with you and Leopold to discuss the Prime Minister situation. Please, join us on May 12th. Kindly confirm your presence, Secretary. Got away from me there.
Listen. Apologies for the shouting match yesterday. Let's continue our discussion at noon. Leah. Is that Leopold drawing him to the room to be like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill you? Then we have this fellow. Wait. Oh God, believe me, my lord, I do not feel comfortable arresting a prime ministerial candidate, but I must ask you to follow me. Constable number 1, Arthur Faulkner. Is this the constable from the...
No, it's a different name.
He has a clean constable's pike, and he has a book. Oh my God.
Ah, here we go.
Oh, this is just gonna be fucking detective work.
It sure is.
Leopold. Oh no.
Yes, Bart does not live in a blue house.
Oh God.
Okay, so you were not at the pier.
Who are you being?
Jack, I can't believe you don't remember the German detective that we watched.
Okay. Yes. So you were not at...
You can't do an extended bit of a thing that chat has never seen.
Claims that had a glass of sherry with James in the library and became drowsy. 2. As he was falling asleep, saw the Lemurian observing him through the glass door. This man has a name. 3. Woke up, found the butler on the floor asleep. 4. Woke up the butler. 5. Entered the salon and found the body. 6. Upon inspecting the weapon, deduced that the Lemurian was the murderer. 7. Instructed the butler to raise the alarm. So, Leopold's scheme is basically just, it wasn't me,
Yeah.
it was that guy.
Ugh. Okay.
Gideon.
Gideon.
Gideon claims that he played croquet with Ergin in the morning. They got bored and went to drink tea in the tea house. Ergin drew his attention to the interesting design of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair Cock lecture the butler. Saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away, just as Ergin was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly afterwards.
Could you open up the thinking panel again? Okay. Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Ergin. Slightly difficult to understand what he says, potentially because he has challenges with our language. Claims that everything young Master Bell says is absolutely correct.
Okay.
James claims that he drank a glass of sour sherry with Blanchard in the library in the morning. Then he went to the chess house where he found Lord Alistair and the butler. Ordered the butler to clean up the library and get rid of the bad sherry. Spent the rest of the time playing chess with Alistair until the alarm was raised. NB. As the master of the house, he led the interrogation of the suspects. Alistair. In the morning, he practiced chess at the chess house and educated the butler on his lack of military training. Sometime in the afternoon, Dr. Turner arrived and sent the butler away. They played together, and he was very close to winning when the alarm was raised. Podrick served Lord Alistair in the chess house in the morning. His master arrived and instructed him to dispose of the spoiled sherry that he and Lord Leopold had drunk, and then go to assist Mr. Spade in the garden. Upon entering the library to take away the glasses, found Lord Leopold asleep. Suddenly was overcome by dizziness and fainted due to his weak heart. Alright,
Okay.
I've got some thoughts. Was woken by Lord Leopold and instructed to raise the alarm. Then he saw the deceased lying in the salon. Billiam claimed that, planted and pruned all morning by the chrysanthemum bush, saw the young gentleman and the foreigner leave the croquet and go behind the manor. In the afternoon, moved to the Rosebush. From there, saw Lord Augustus leave the fountain at around noon. Continued his work on the roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. Okay, so, first things first. This is Podrick,
Yes.
and the sherry is poisoned.
Could we put everybody's name together in the thinking panel that we can so far?
Yes. Okay. So, this is Podrick.
Yep. Billiam is the gardener.
This is Billiam.
Mm-hmm.
This is
James Turner.
James Turner. This is Leopold.
Mm-hmm.
This is Alistair Clark. Oops. Don't know who this is.
I think it's the person who is. I think it might be Ergen.
Okay. But this could also be Ergen.
I think that's two.
He could be Ergen too.
Oh, true.
We don't know who this is.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know who this is.
Well, this is the constable.
Yes, but what's his name?
Well, wasn't it written on his thing?
Oh, yes, you're right. Arthur Faulkner. Okay.
And then, so in the constable's record, he says, so Ergen, difficult to understand because he has challenges with our language, but everything Master Bell says is absolutely correct.
So Bell might be the blue-haired fellow, young Master Bell. These are all older people. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Could we go back through the testimonies again so we can look at them again for names?
Yes. Do you wanna take them out?
Sure. Okay. James, of course, being James Turner, saw the Lumerian. And then I think the thing we should do next is write out everybody's schedule. Because I think it's not helpful to be like, what were they doing at this time unless we can write it down. Gideon. Have we named Gideon? No. So Gideon played croquet with Ergen in the morning. They got bored and went to drink tea in the tea house. Ergen drew Gideon's attention to the interesting design of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair Cock. Saw Master Turner. So James come to the chess house and the butler away, just as Ergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly afterwards. Then we have Ergen says that everything that young So I think it might be Gideon Bell, because Gideon Bell and Ergen spent time together. And sure, let's say that is Ergen, just to see what the names do. Then, of course, we have James Turner, had sour sherry with Blanchard in the library in the morning. Did anybody else have sherry in the morning? Yes. So Leopold had a glass with James. So it's Leopold Blanchard. Leopold Blanchard. I'm high on figuring it out. Gideon Bell. Okay, and then the dead man. I mean, Augustus Spade assists Mr. Spade. So let's try that. And then Billiam. I mean...
Billiam Spade. His name is Billiam Spade. Assist him in the garden.
Oh, I meant this to be Hill. And then Podrick. Let's see.
We don't have a name for. We haven't found his name yet.
but I need it.
But we'll have to do some exploring.
Okay. There you go.
The thing that strikes me immediately is that the sherry is poisoned. The
Yes.
sherry is doctored. Everybody who drinks it falls asleep. Podrick, in fact, faints, and he claims it's because it's his weak heart, but he was tidying up the sherry and took a sip. Look. Served Lord Alistair, his master instructed him to dispose of the spoiled sherry that he and Lord Leopold drunk,
Yeah.
and then go out. He finds Lord Leopold asleep. Lord Leopold has been drugged
Yeah. Suddenly was overcome by dizziness.
and
Yep.
fainted because he has drunk the...
Spoiled sherry.
So, when had a glass of sherry with James in the library and became drowsy.
Yeah.
He's been poisoned.
Sure.
This is a work. Psychoactive plants. Drugged symptoms. Spotty onion, an illusion of unity with the universe, increased appetite, hiccups. Black poppy, sleepiness, whites of eyes, get a pink tint.
Sure looks like it.
Lemurian lichen, hyperconcentration on one thing, loss of perception of time, rapid blinking. Redberry, surge of energy, vocalization of all your thoughts, twitching, aggression. Interesting. I wonder if people are going to get poisoned with different things at different times. Then up here we have the seals of the 12 Lemurian clans. And we can't click on any of these.
No, but it helps to illuminate the seal that he has.
Yes, he has an axe being held in two hands and what looks like a net of a box.
Which isn't here yet. We may have to piece it together.
5, 6, 7.
We know that it's the
There's
Prince
one
of the
missing.
11th. Yeah, interesting.
Interesting. Okay, and that's that. 2 glasses of sherry. One almost empty.
And a
One
full.
full. A fallen bottle of sherry. This is how he is trying to get rid of the poison, maybe? I don't know.
We're missing one. What? Oh!
Yeah, and I hate to say it. How do I go back in? There's also this.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
it's...
Okay.
Can we click on the newspaper? Yes, Virginia?
London Gazetteer. Who will be the new Prime Minister?
Oh my God. Look at these men on animals.
Election
Oh,
results.
they can hear her crying. Hi.
Oh.
Oh, she went away.
Oh, Taithly redeemed? Oh.
You gonna try and you're gonna go tell her elsewhere? I'm name pilled.
Name you are.
I'm
you
so
are
named. I can't concentrate on anything else.
No, but unfortunately. Unfortunately, we do need to.
But I must know. How can we get anything straight until we know what their names are? Oh, does she want us to pay attention to her? Oh, she wants window time. Virginia needs window time. Window time, of course. You're her void. Our fickle queen. Window time, as we all know, is when we open up a particular window in our house that Virginia likes to look out of. And if she doesn't get window time at a particular point in the evening, she gets frustrated. Window time is so important. She has to look outside. She has to see maybe there's something in the trees. Maybe there's something in a bush. It's kind of dark. I wouldn't say it's darkness, but it's dark out. Window time is sacred. Yes. Also, is this a new name? Yes, it is. Which means that it's not Hill. It's Valentine. I haven't been doing any solving. I just think that I have helped Oh, yeah. Well, it's not dark in Vancouver, I think, Skyson, because you're so much further north than we are. So you get so much more sun than we do in the daytime. Hello, Baisai. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, piecing together is legally distinct from solving because I'm not, as we all know, I'm not coming to conclusions until I'm just paving the path
when I return.
to a conclusion that I will get to with you.
Or will you present the conclusion that you have come to?
Well, I just think it's really important to note that there was a new name in the newspaper and now we have all 36 and I feel so much calmer.
Okay.
Which means, by the way,
Yeah, what does it mean?
that it's not Augustus Hill. It's Augustus Valentine. And I think Podrick Hill. Let's see. Will it tell me that we're right? I love to be told I'm right. Yes! Okay, and now I'm so much calmer because now I know who's who. We can't say who was having sherry or who was running for prime minister when we don't know their names.
Okay.
Yay!
All right, what's next? Let's see. Who will be the new prime minister? Election results. New Order Party, moderates, and loyalists. This is a griffin, obviously.
The New Order Party has a little chick on is a little chick. And that to me is very nice.
Yeah.
Although I think that might be Lazarus Hearst
Who?
on the chick because this says the New Order Party have the most MPs, but it is clear the two old parties will form a coalition. This means either loyalist leader Blanchard or moderate leader Valentine will become the prime minister, leaving Lazarus Hearst and his party in the opposition.
Right. Yep.
So Lazarus Hearst is vying to become prime minister with his party, the New Order,
And he needs to take out one of these two people.
in the coalition.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's actually doing both of them. He's taking out both the people. He's framing Leopold for
Yeah.
Valentine's death. Okay. Yeah. We can see the eye patch here.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful dolphin fountain. Meme Shot says, hey, who is dead again? Like, who is Augustus? He is the leader of the moderate party.
Valentine. Valentine is dead. Okay.
Okay.
See, it's so important to know names.
It enables you to think about something other than names.
So much. That's so valuable. I can't even begin to piece together
Anything else until I know who is who. It either has to be who is who or what happened.
Yes.
And there were so many people.
Yes. So many names. All right. Chess house.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. It's a chess game.
It sure is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Stalemate.
9, 10.
But I don't know if like somebody, I mean, the pawn is almost all the way to the other side, so you could get a piece back, but the rook is in the way. But the pawn could take out the queen, which depends on whose turn is next and whether, I don't understand chess. Maybe the queen takes out the fucking pawn. Oh, no, that's a knight. That's a pawn. I don't think there's anything. Oh, the white. Oh no, that's the tallest is the king, so that could be check. Yeah.
Okay. But I don't think they're going to have us solve a chess puzzle.
Bye bye, Sai.
Goodbye. This is the tea house.
Yes, it is.
2 cups of spicy smelling tea. One almost empty, the other untouched. Let me check a testimony again. Yeah, he's been poisoned.
Mm-hmm.
This one, young Gideon Bell. Look at him blinking.
Uh-huh.
He has been poisoned with,
Black poppy.
nope,
Oh.
Lemurian lichen. Hyperconcentration on one
Oh,
thing.
rapid blinking.
Loss of perception of time. Rapid blinking. And if we read his testimony, played croquet with Ergen in the morning. They got bored and went to drink tea in the tea house.
Ergen drew his attention.
To the interesting design of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair Cock lecture the butler. Saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away, just as Ergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. Saw Lord
He's
Alistair
obsessed with
leave the chess house and
chess
return
house.
shortly afterwards. Yeah, and he doesn't really have a sense of how the time is working, right? Oh, sorry.
I'm drinking Billiam.
Pinstripe Owl says, the chess house is just so interesting.
And who is this who's obsessed with chess?
This is young Gideon Bell.
Gideon Bell. Gideon, so we think obsessed with chess.
I love that these figures are rendered as like dolls almost, or like iconographic
I love them.
little characters.
And you
The-
think he's been poisoned with...
I know he's been poisoned with Lemurian lichen.
Okay. Alright, what next?
Croquet. An unfinished croquet match on a grass field. Chrysanthemum bushes. Rose bushes. Okay. Right. Augustus Valentine is the victim.
Mm-hmm.
Early in the morning, someone framed, killed, provoke. Oh, the tense is important here. So early in the morning, someone killed, planted, or drugged so and so in the place and blank a blank.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, in the place, so and so did one of these verbs, something, and something, a Lemurian something from the something.
Uh-huh.
Okay. In the something at around noon,
Mm.
blank blank, something blank blank. Oh, this is Augustus Valentine maybe. And blank the blank on him, planted the button on him to frame Elgin.
Yeah.
Okay. Planted the button on him to frame Ergen, sorry.
Well, wouldn't it be planted the boomerang to frame Ergen? It would be planted the
button
right,
to
yes.
frame Leopold. So it depends on who we think
Oh,
is being
who is doing the
framed.
framing? Yeah, you're right. Leopold thinks it's Ergin. Well, there's two framings happening here, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think it's like there's the framing that everyone thinks they have outsmarted for the real framing.
Which is
Which
we'll say it at the same time, right?
Le-
3, 2, 1. James Turner has framed.
Oh. Yes.
Who do you think killed Augustus Valentine?
I mean, Edmund. But he's not
Yes.
here. So James Turner had to do it.
Okay, let's go a step back.
Okay.
Meanwhile, in the something, someone, something, and someone stole a Lemurian seal.
Uh-huh.
Is my guess because if we look here, he's got a seal,
Yes.
and there's a seal missing
And there's
from
a-
up here.
But there's a boomerang missing too.
That's true. Here they're talking about this might be just the opportunity that we seek to reclaim our honor.
Yeah.
There is a boomerang missing too, huh?
I mean, but you should try the seal because the only way to know how to go forward is to start putting pieces into place.
And then being like, oh, that doesn't work. We are in the salon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because the library is through there.
Yeah. Can I tell you what I want to do?
Yeah.
I would love to go through the schedules
Mhm.
and write down, like, who was where at what time, so that way we know, like, schedules against schedules. And
Yep.
then I think that'll make it a lot easier to try and determine who was where. And it's also one of the things that it asks of us. And I think if we can get this will feel so much easier.
Mhm. Sounds good. All right.
Okay.
Thank you to Sporkive, who subscribed for 21 months.
Bud.
So let's make a table. What is being asked of us time-wise? They're talking about how do you want to? Oh, you've already prepped it. Okay.
Yes. I have already.
Cat
prepped it.
has got the notes ready.
I sure do. Okay. So, if we begin and we say that Leopold, whoops, if you could help me by saying like what they were doing when, that would be really helpful.
Yes. All right.
So that's Sherry activity with James.
With James and becomes drowsy
Does it say where?
in the library. As he's falling asleep, he sees the Lemurian observing him through the glass door.
Okay.
Apparently.
Okay.
He wakes up and finds the butler on the floor, asleep. He's been drugged, and the butler has also been drugged. By accident. He wakes up the butler.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Then he enters the salon and finds the body.
Okay.
Then he instructs the butler to raise the alarm.
To alarm.
So I am going to pencil in that the loyalist was in the salon
Yes.
when the body was found.
And, possibly, so was the butler.
Yeah.
He wakes the
It's
butler up.
when the body was found, or when he was killed.
Found.
Okay, interesting.
Mhm.
All right, Gideon.
So let's say the butler was also in the salon.
Okay.
Plays croquet with Ergen in the morning. Then they get bored
Yeah.
and go to drink tea in the tea house.
Okay.
And then they get drugged.
Hmm.
Zam says, I am taking my meds. Reminder to everyone to take your meds if you have not. That is a great reminder. I will be right back.
Take you meds. I love to see a little schedule to it. I'm seeing right now, I know. Jack, is it okay if I keep writing it down, but I don't solve anything?
Yes.
Okay, good. Great, phew. Okay. Ergen saw the chess house. Ergen sees chess house. Okay. 4. Saw Lord Alistair coach lecture the butler. Okay. Saw Turner come to chess house and send the butler away, just as Ergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. So funny. Okay.
And we need to assume that this timeline is unreliable.
Gideon's or Ergen's?
Gideon's, because the other thing that this drug does is change your perception of time. The exact words are loss of perception of time. So we can be pretty sure that while the events here might be right, the order that they are happening in.
Okay. So I should be like drugged for time. Sick. Okay.
Ergen claims that everything Master Bell says is absolutely correct. Now, I have a suspicion here.
Mm-hmm.
What if these are two separate druggings? The sherry is drugged by someone, and the tea in the chess house... Sorry, the tea in the tea house is drugged
Yeah.
by someone else. What if Ergen is trying to get a seal and has drugged his companion, and with a Lemurian lichen, and being like, yeah, everything he says is true.
Yeah.
Meme Shot says, fool that you are to assume there's only two druggings. But that's an option, right? It's like,
Yeah, I think definitely.
Ergen is saying everything Bell says is correct because he knows that Bell has been drugged and will
Right.
corroborate his story.
Mm.
Okay, James drinks sour sherry with Blanchard in the library in the morning. Blanchard gets drugged. Then he goes to the chess house, where he finds Lord Alistair and the butler.
Okay.
He orders the butler to clean up the library to get rid of the bad sherry. Why the sherry has spilled, I'm not sure, but it could be two things, right? It could get knocked over as he sort of keels over, or it could be a deliberate attempt to be like, no one can test the sherry because it's gone. You know, tidy it up. Spent the rest of the time playing chess with Alistair until the alarm was raised. Now, if Alistair corroborates this, we can say that he played chess when the body was found.
Yeah.
He is the Doctor. This is interesting. Nota bene. As the master of the house,
Yeah.
he led the interrogation of the suspects.
Which is very interesting.
So, we need to assume that everything in this book has come through the lens of James.
Yeah.
Because my understanding is, this guy hasn't actually interrogated anybody. He has just had a report given to him by
Yeah.
James, which could be wrong. Eleanor says, does Ergen have thoughts? Yes, he does. He is thinking, I hope the host did not notice me when he was leaning over the sleeping eye patch gentleman. So,
The sleeping eye patch gentleman is Leopold.
yes, and what is happening is he is taking the button
Yes.
to frame him.
Or is he stealing the...
Oh, no. This guy is saying this guy is... He was I hope the host, this man, did not
James.
notice me
Yeah.
when he was leaning over the sleeping eye patch gentleman, Leopold. James is taking the button from Leopold.
So he... Oh, okay. So Leopold does see two through the glass because two
He's watching
sees
him.
James lift the button.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're cooking with gas.
Mm-hmm. Starting to come together. This is going to be extremely useful, but at the very least, even if it wasn't, it would be a very cool document to have. Post fact.
Oh,
like, we have all our Nancy Drew notes, and
Yeah.
it's very fun to open them up. We have No, do we have
I think they're in
Oberdeen notes?
England.
They were on paper.
Yeah, they were on
They're in my
paper.
house somewhere. Again, I nearly doxed myself by saying where my house was. Meme shot. Question? Boomerang. We'll get there, meme shot. Okay.
Podrick.
Alistair.
Oh, yeah. I don't have Alistair on here, but I should. Sounds like Nancy Drew music.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I can't process things unless I have like written them down. You know this about me.
Do you think this has anything to do with the fact that you have spent
I also
almost 2 decades
I
as
feel
a...
very self-conscious about it, so I do try and over-defend myself. So sometimes when you're like, no, we're gonna move on, I fully, like, my brain can't hold on to any of the information until I've been able to, like, process it this way. When I played Fire Emblem Three Houses, I kept little handwritten charts of, like, who I was training
Yeah.
with what.
It's true. It's true. What's the other game you do this with? Oh, crochet.
Yeah, the game
Cat
of
will
crochet.
regularly text themselves.
Oh, I do. What I've recently done.
Yeah. See, Aravoid see, information is not real unless it has been laid out.
No, I think this is absolutely... This is all good. It's just different to the way I do it. And so this is like a classic thing of two people playing a game with different tactical models. You know, I think in this way you're very much like my dad, who is
Yeah,
a
that's
tactician
true.
through and through.
Yeah, but your dad and I do play games very similarly, which is like, okay, let me lay out all the mechanics. I think you and your mom play games very similarly, which is vibes.
Yeah, my mom and I like to basically just splash around in the pool of mechanics
I
and
love
go, what is happening here? How is this working? Yeah, can we make this do this? Let's see how it goes. But no, Kat, I am well experienced in your technique. I mean, this is how we beat Oberdin.
It is.
Yeah, this is the other thing, right? Starcat says, as someone who doesn't work this way, being forced to take detailed notes in high school was misery. Yes, I fully feel you.
I'm also one of those people who, like, I was terrible at school up until I was like, oh, if I just take notes, I get A's. And that took me until I was like 19 years old.
God, that's wild. Whereas I was like average, and then everyone was like, take notes. And I took notes, and there was no visible change in my output whatsoever. I remained average.
And it's also like, I may never look at it again, but having written it down changes my brain chemistry.
I mean, a big example of this is that I usually work from paper when we're making Friends at the Table, rather than like things on a screen. And it is regularly a thing where Austin will send me something and then be like, I bet Jack is printing this out right now. So yeah, when we're making we can't really do it for full seasons because those are like books where I'll have the book that I can make notes in. But when we're playing live games, I will have printed out paper on my desk all the time. But I'm not much of a note taker. I like to be able to. The most I do is underline things.
Yeah.
I'm a big
Well,
underliner.
I think about like when we have played Detective and when we when we played Immortality. You being able to ask me questions from my notes is integral to your play.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I don't know. It's integral when we're playing together.
And this is true. He did almost win. Okay. Okay. Thanks everyone for listening to me talk about how I feel self-conscious about how I love to take notes.
I think taking notes is
I know.
primo.
I feel like this.
Well, I think it's because you are in
I'm
the...
T-posing.
Yeah, maybe it's T-posing. You're in the active position, right? Of having to be like, all right, stream, let's pause the stream. I'm going to write this down, right?
I know.
So I can see why you feel self-conscious, but I need you to know that I'm out here being like, this is working. This is going okay.
Okay.
But Skysong Lark says, sorry, Skysong G Lark
Thank
says,
you.
I did often in school take notes exclusively to be snarky about points I disagreed with. I think I used to do that, but then I felt so... Like, as soon as I read back through those notes, I was like... For me, I was like, what are you talking about? Generally, when I take notes, I try and be as flat as possible to save my blushes when I read back through them.
Hold on. Let me...
Sorry, Cat is...
Hold on.
What are you doing?
Welcome to my notes on Michel Foucault.
When did you take these notes?
This is like 2018.
Right, I feel like Foucault for you now is just so ingrained, just fully internalized.
I know, but I was just like, I'm just gonna write it all down because otherwise I'm never gonna remember. You know, you ever wanted to know about Discipline and Punish, the birth of the prison? How many pages is this?
Error Voice says,
68 pages.
KB, I would pay you money for these, TBH.
Anyway. Da 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 da. Oh yeah, this fucking goes on. Do you want to know about the archival turn in feminism? Let's see, what else is in here? Oh, this is typewritten notes on Douglas Crimp, The Spectacle of Mourning, Mourning and Militancy. We are what we keep on archives. Archives, records, and power. The making of modern memory. Hell yeah.
Wait. How could we put my notes on the screen?
Oh, hold on. Oh, I know. You take a screenshot of this and send it to me via iMessage. And then I'll pull it up. So once again, here we go. This is, well, yeah, we can go back down to Foucault. I stopped being able to take notes like this, and I did this all through my master's degree on paper, but I got a lot of bad carpal tunnel, and I had to work so much faster. Okay, so let's see. I think, yes, Jack has now sent this to me. Okay, here are some of Jack's notes. So, oh yeah, send that one. Yep. Uh-huh. Great. Okay. Are you sending me another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
This last one is actually useful notes.
Oh. I don't know. This will mean something more to people in chat. Error Void is like, I'll fully buy this off of you. This is very funny. Very good. Yes, very good. Okay. Spade in the garden. Goes to the... And then he basically falls asleep. Okay. And then William. Planted and pruned all morning. I mean, basically worked in the garden. Oh. I wonder.
So Virginia tried to jump up to the window, but hit the sort of like back massage hook on the way. And I think it has given her a complex feeling.
This is the time of day where she feels a lot of feelings. She's hanging out. The only window we have open right now is like right next to all of my physical therapy stuff.
Not true. We have a window open in our room. So I
Oh.
think she's like bopping between the two.
God. Okay. Thank you so much for doing this. This was very helpful.
Oh, Mexican Cats redeemed hydrate.
Oh. Cheers. Oh, are you all out? Do you want some water? Amazing. Oh, the placement of the flowers? Is
What
that
flowers?
important? Chrysanthemums to roses to roses.
Yeah, it is important.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think I said in chat. My, So I'm mostly a flower gardener. I'm not a very good vegetable gardener. I don't have the space for it here, and even when I can grow vegetables, I don't like growing them as much as... That's not true. I'm an alright vegetable gardener, but I have a lot more experience growing flowers. And we are right on the cusp of my first bloom this year. I'm so excited. I have some rare cosmos from Baker Creek. One of which is very nearly, I mean, it's basically out. It's doing that thing where all the petals are visible. They're just like standing upright. And like one more hot day and it will open up. But it's very exciting. I grow everything from seed because I I like germinating seeds very much. I find it an extremely pleasant experience. And I've done it enough that I can be pretty confident about how it's going to work. And so every time I get like a brand new bloom from seed, it feels like a real victory. And these Cosmos are going to be the first ones out this year. I'm super stoked.
Okay. So, Gardner was at the flower beds. The general was at the chess house.
Is the general cock? Yeah.
Yeah. The young man, who is that again? That's Gideon?
Yep, Gideon Bell.
Gideon Bell. Oh, we don't know on account of how
He's drugged.
all drugged. And the prince says everything that Gideon said is right.
So where does Gideon think the prince was? Wait, hold on.
Go to Gideon's.
Oh, this is actually really tricky.
Because it's played croquet with Ergen in the morning. They got bored and went to the tea house and drank tea. Ergen drew his attention to the interesting design of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair lecture the butler. So that was in the morning. Because Alistair differentiates between the morning and the afternoon. Then saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away, which was the afternoon, just as Ergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly after. Return. Try the chess house, then try the tea house. For both of them.
Are they in the same place? Because he sees the doctor take the button from the loyalist. And then the loyalist gets
But
up.
that's not necessarily at the same time as the body is found.
No, but he is in the...
Well,
He gets from the salon to the chess house if...
Billiam sees Lord Augustus at noon. And who is Augustus? Leopold? Gideon? What are their names?
Gideon Bell is this.
Right.
This is Leopold Augustus. Wait. Augustus Valentine is the guy who is dead.
Okay. So, Billiam sees Augustus at the fountain at noon. Oh, jeez, I don't know. Just start putting things in.
Okay. All right, let's see. What is the last mention of the prince in time on your schedule?
Ergen sees the chess house. And that's like the afternoon. Leopold sees too, but that is...
Wait, hold on. These guys can't all be in the chess house at the same time.
I mean, apparently what happens is like they go over to them, see them interacting with people in the afternoon.
But I mean, if I put chess house in here, it will not work.
Okay. So try the tea house. Try the tea house for both of them, just to get it out of the way.
Oh, right. Yeah, where it's like they go there, get drugged.
And maybe they just stay there. Okay.
He is in the tea house and he is not.
Okay, try
He
the
is in the
field.
salon. The field?
Yeah, the croquet field. Because
Nope.
he's like looking in. Try the library.
No, we should stop guessing. Let's move on elsewhere. Body was found by Leopold, right?
Yes. Leopold enters the salon, tells the butler to sound the alarm.
And we think he was probably murdered in the salon.
Yeah,
With a boomerang?
sure.
Yeah. Okay. Oh. Cozy Stitchwitch says, just now tuning in, but wanted to say that I enjoyed the stream the other night so much that I started playing the game and have already finished it. That's fantastic. I'm so glad. Okay.
Do you want to try early in the morning, blanks blank in the blank and blank? On the left-hand side?
I want to know where the prince is.
Okay.
So, let's see.
It's difficult because Ergen says everything that Gideon says is correct, but Gideon's timeline is all fucked.
So where else does the prince appear? He appears in Leopold, sees him peering through the window.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Where does Cock lecture the butler?
In the chess house.
Oh, fuck.
I know. We could try the prince is in the chess house. Because before we tried it with both of them in the chess house.
Does Billiam see the...
Billiam works in the garden. He works from the chrysanthemums to the roses. He saw Lord Augustus at the fountain at noon.
He sees the young gentleman and the foreigner leave the croquet and go behind the manor.
But that's before. So I guess that helps because that would... So he's in the flower beds. He sees them go behind the manor.
To the tea house.
house. Yeah.
Oh, we can only see notes. Sorry, we were looking at this.
The lecture was in the morning, was it not? Well, there's a couple of different times that... I mean, Alistair educates the butler in the morning. But then Podrick says that he was, like...
Nightmare.
I mean... Here, give me this. So something else is wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's stop trying to fill stuff in.
Okay, great. So early in the morning, and blank to blank. So what are the, and framed, killed, provoked, stole,
Drugged.
planted, drugged. Okay, and drugged.
And stole a button.
And stole a button.
So
okay.
we can fill this in. This is early in the morning. James Turner drugged Leopold Blanchard
Great.
and stole in the library
In the library.
and stole a button.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
Oh, jeez. Yeah. So there's croquet.
okay, hold on. Meanwhile, in the tea house,
Okay.
Ergen 2
Mm-hmm. And Gideon. Oh.
drugged Gideon Bell
Yeah.
and stole a Lemurian seal
from the salon. Great. Okay.
Fucking hell.
In the...
Salon.
Okay. You could take it from here, the loyalist.
But it's gone from there now.
Uh-oh. Well, one of them has to be confirmed, and then we can start taking.
Sure. In the salon at around noon,
Mm-hmm.
James Turner
Okay.
killed.
Well, except that he plays chess all day.
Oh god. Oh, top right is an infinite salon.
Yeah.
Okay. And Gremlin loves you very much, Virginia.
Just looked around. What?
I think early in the morning, James Turner drugged Leopold Blanchard in the library and stole a button. Great.
And then presumably planted the button to frame Ergen is also correct.
Meanwhile, in the tea house, Ergen drugged Gideon. In the tea house, yeah. I mean, but early in the morning, they were playing croquet, is the only thing that I would say. Because they played croquet first, then they went to the tea house. And who plays an early morning game of croquet?
Oh, you still have 2 in the very last slot from before.
Oh, and framed Ergen too. But he's framing Leopold Blanchard, right?
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, yeah, you're absolutely right. God, good catch.
2 or fewer. Okay.
Okay, that's an improvement.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile...
Oh, wait, hold on. Surge of energy, vocalization of all your thoughts, twitching, and aggression. Has someone been...
Who here's twitching? Everybody's twitching.
Oh my god.
I fully recommend taking another crack at Obra Dinn.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game.
Just bean by bean. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And we know he was killed with the boomerang. Yeah.
I mean, but this just reaffirms, right? So this just reaffirms that we don't know where the young man and the prince were. Because the gardener was in the flower beds, right? And it's not like these flower beds are meaningfully different. Because these are like the chrysanthemums and these are the roses.
Yes, but, he talks about chrysanthemums and roses in his testimony.
Yes, he does. These are chrysanthemums. These are roses. So when he's working on the roses, he sees Augustus by the fountain. Planted and pruned all morning by the chrysanthemum bush, saw the young gentleman and the foreigner leave the croquet
They're gonna go and have tea.
and go behind the manor to go have tea. In the afternoon, I moved to the rose bush. From there, saw Lord Augustus leave the fountain at around noon. Leave the fountain. Also, this is bananas. Why would you say in the afternoon, I saw from there, saw someone leave the fountain around noon? That makes me furious because I've been holding those flowers as like the marker of noon.
Alas.
Continued his work on the roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. So, flower beds. Butler in the salon. His name, Podrick. Because, well, on entering the library, he fell asleep. So he wasn't in the salon, he was in the library. So that's very helpful.
Yeah.
The doctor was in the chess house, the general was in the chess house, the loyalist was in the salon. When the body was found, because he found the body, the young man, okay, now what if they were in the chess house? Because they went over. Okay, what if...
Prince in the chess house. Sorry, young man in the chess house, prince in the...
I mean, so this is the other thing, right? Is that like... Where would he be able to see in to the salon? By the flower beds? By the fountain?
By the croquet field?
Okay, well, let's say field. Let's say fountain. Let's say other flower beds. No.
Let's say tea house. Fuck.
Eravoid asks, who found the body? The body was found by Leopold.
Leopold. Ah. Okay. So something else is wrong. Young man, not in the chess house. Young man. Ah. Okay.
All right, let's.
Saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away. Just as Ergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house.
Right, they're in the tea house.
They're
they're
in the
drinking
tea
tea.
house. They talk about how the chess house is very interesting.
From the tea. Look,
From the
look
tea
over there.
house. So they're in the tea house the whole time.
No, because Ergen sees him take the button.
But tea house.
You can't see into the library.
That's true.
He might be in the croquet field. Ah!
I hope the host did not notice me when he was leaning over the sleeping eye patch gentleman.
Yeah. All right. Let's go thinking.
Yep.
Young man is in the tea house.
Young man is in the tea house. The prince is in,
Prince
the,
is in the
field.
Okay.
The prince is in the flower bed. The prince is in the library. The prince is in the library.
Garrulous Monolith says, remember, Gideon's been time traveled.
Panther Gray says, I said young man.
There's no need to. Chess house. Okay. Let's read Gideon's.
Young man, you can drink this spiced tea. Young man, check out that chess house for me.
Oh, God.
Okay.
He sees Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly afterwards. So this could actually be happening earlier.
Uh-huh.
Alistair might not be in the chess house.
Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house. Well, I wonder if Alistair is covering for James. Saw Alistair leave the chess house. Uh-oh. So maybe the general isn't at the chess house.
No, maybe he's not. Fucking sobbing. Where does Alistair say he is?
He says that he was at the chess house
At the fucking chess
all
house.
afternoon. But of course, he's saying that to James, who's receiving the testimony. Because he never says that he leaves the chess house. Right? Go to his testimony.
Zam says, it's all lies. Yes, it is all lies. We're trying to figure out
Who's lying
who
more
is
than
lying
others.
the most.
In the morning, he practiced chess, educated the butler on his lack of military training. Sometime in the afternoon, Dr. Turner arrived and sent the butler away. They played together. He was very close to winning when the alarm
When does
was raised.
Gideon say that he lectures the butler? Because he sees him lecture the butler, doesn't
That's
he?
after Ergen sees the chess house.
But this actually happens earlier.
Presumably.
Well, that's not fucking helpful.
Also, we've never used the word provoke. I don't know.
No, but we don't have a slot for it. These are all. You can't.
He provoke a button. On him to provoke. And stole the slate to provoke. 2 or fewer slots are incorrect, so it couldn't be that many. Do you want to do a hint?
I want to see what happens when we click the hint button.
Okay.
Wow. Getting stuck and working through to find a solution is at the heart of this game. Before you resort to the hints, we suggest you bear in mind the following typos. Good advice. Have you made a typo? Have you considered all the evidence? Have you re-examined your assumptions? What happens if we click this? Oh, okay, it just lets us know. All right. No, we can figure this out.
We can do it.
We can do it. Okay.
Early in the morning, James Turner drugged Leopold Blanchard in the library, then stole a button. True.
True.
Meanwhile, in the tea house, Ergen too drugged Gideon Bell and stole a Lemurian seal from the salon. Maybe. In the salon, at around noon, James Turner killed Augustus Valentine. Okay. And planted the button on him to frame Leopold Blanchard.
Okay, I'm gonna say something that sounds awful.
Okay. You want to remove all of this?
No, God, no.
Oh, okay.
Are we sure James did it? Probably yes, right?
Yeah. Okay. So, frame is correct. Planted the boomerang. Okay. Just button. Meanwhile, in the tea house, 2 or fewer slots are incorrect.
Can we check the chess house real quick?
Yeah. Oh, you want to go to the chess
Mhm.
house? Okay, sure. It's just the game, and it's true. Someone was close to winning. White. You replace tea house with tea house? Oh, well, you know, sometimes a tea house is a chess house is a tea house. Yeah. The spicy smelling tea.
May I try something?
Yeah.
What if James Turner also drugs him again here?
I don't think so. It's because Ergen too has the spicy smelling tea in his bag.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Shit, okay. This all seems correct.
Well, what if? Where? Oh, they have Sherry in the library.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What here is wrong?
Okay.
In this left-hand panel, right?
Yes.
We haven't filled out the general's location. That might help. Yeah, we're also deeply confused because we think the general is in the chess house, but that is not right.
Mm-hmm. Well, the doctor. Can I see this?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he is in. Not the library. Because. Alistair. Who sees him leave? Well, Podrick is in the library. We got that, right? Yeah. Jesus. Served Lord Alistair in the chess house in the morning. His master arrived, instructed him to dispose of the spoiled sherry. So James comes to the chess house. Podrick is also at the fucking chess house. Who isn't at the chess house?
So it says Billiam and Gideon both mentioned something.
Yeah, okay.
He sees Lord Augustus leave the fountain.
Yeah. At noon. continued his work on the roses, saw the young gentleman and the foreigner leave the croquet and go behind the manor.
Presumably to the tea house.
Oh, wait. Serve Lord Alistair. William and Gideon. Yeah, because Gideon says, saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away. Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly afterwards. Played croquet with Ergen. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know.
What do you think?
Good night, Pinstripe Owl. What does chat think? That's what I want to know. Because I feel like... I think we've considered chess and tea houses. Where's the fountain on the map? Yeah, it's like within sight of the chess house, right? So Augustus is here.
Oh, I think you should look at all the people's stuff again.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry. Do you want to click through?
I do.
Okay.
This guy has a seal.
He does.
The tea? A war club.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But I feel like this is planted.
Okay.
Have we looked at his hand? Leopold's hand? Or Augustus's hand?
Which
On
one's
the
Augustus?
ground.
Oh, yeah.
Dead.
It's got the button in it.
Oh, right.
Oh. All right, let's see the hints categories.
Huh. Oh, it's like, do we know who these people are? Well, we do.
I mean, do we want to do this?
No.
No.
We can do it.
Yeah, we are obstinate. Eravoid says, last
Yeah.
note on the right, if Gideon and Ergen are hanging together, why are you placing them in different areas?
Well, because Ergen drugs Gideon so that they can be in different places. Put them both at the tea house again.
both in the tea
Put
house.
them both at the tea house again. I'm a genius. I knew it. I knew it.
Oh. Okay.
We who knows what it was before? You know?
But now what do we have wrong?
Early in the morning, James Turner drugged Leopold Blanchard in the library and stole a button.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we still have Fountain and Field, and we have Salon twice. But it's not in the field at around noon.
No, he doesn't steal it. We know the Lemurian seal is in the... Yeah, Skyson G-Lark says we don't know for sure it was James.
I also...
So we could consider, who could it be? It's probably not Billiam Spade.
Right,
It's probably not Podrick Hill.
right.
He's a real
possible.
Mm-hmm.
He is the one being framed. It could be Alistair Cock.
Well, I mean, that's true. It could be Alistair. They are both in the... But it's not. Because now the scroll says, no, Jack. So early in the morning, take it back to James. Put it back to James. There it is.
Whoa.
The scroll has been fulfilled. Brotherhood members Alistair and James plotted to turn the ruling moderate and loyalist parties against each other over the course of a weekend at James's manor. Alistair murdered the moderate leader, and James... They did it together. James framed the loyalist leader.
Wow. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me make this make sense in my head.
Okay, stay and explore.
The New Order party will have the most MPs, but it is clear that the two old parties will form a coalition. This means either Loyalist leader Blanchard or Moderate leader Valentine will become the Prime Minister. Their goal is to take them both out.
Mm-hmm.
God. James and Alistair, Cozy Stitchwitch says, James and Alistair both had the ruby rings we keep seeing. Dr. James did the drugging, General Cock did the murdering.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Also, we saw them both last seen. Yeah, this is just being tired. I think this is just... Because these men here, this one and this one, are the threat. These two...
Yeah, our Brotherhood members.
Yeah.
So they can help each other.
No letter.
Yeah, no letters.
Jesus. Oh.
It makes perfect sense.
It makes perfect sense.
I mean, we would have gotten there. It's just, this one is purposefully, I think, a little devious.
Yeah. Jesus.
I love it.
Oh, look, it's the idol.
Shall we see an interlude?
Yeah, absolutely.
You have proven that I can trust you. Here is the Brotherhood's artifact that I removed from the traitor Keen.
Wow, he's killed Keen.
Let me educate you on how it works. I set it to take the heat from this cup of water. Then I changed the symbols and used the idol to give that heat to something else. But there is much more that the idol can do.
Man.
Oh my God.
Adult Witch in chat says, but there is much more that the idol can do.
I mean, I'm gonna open it.
What would you want to do?
I want to open it and see what it looks like. And then I want to make decisions about what I'd like to do next.
Okay. Chapter 4, The New Order.
The Triumph of Order.
Twit says, for a preview for deciding brain effort, 10 has more number puzzles, 11 is just real big. There is a scene after and an epilogue. Oh my god.
I'm gonna look up.
I Sense Cream says, if you're feeling at all tired now, then I would suggest a third session.
Oh my God.
Alright.
Oh my God.
Alright, enough. Oh man alive. Alright. We're gonna come back to this, I think. What happens if I click on this? The slight delay in the peaceful march to the king's castle? Fucking Christ. Okay. And Gremlin says, remember the lord who married his donkey?
Man. That's so funny. Wow. I mean, listen,
What?
In pursuit of a good puzzle,
Yeah.
I'll stay awake forever.
No. I can't do it, but I will. If you give me the thing, I'll draw something.
Okay. You want me to give you a new page?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to be
Black.
zoomed right in?
Yeah.
Okay. Here you go. Don't turn it sideways. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Because it can change the
Like the portrait or landscape mode, and then it'll break the AirPlay. Just for where I have it on to see Twitch.
Oh. Oh.
Oh. The patented to keep method of speech bubble first.
The Proud Beast is Eepy. The Proud Beast says, "Good nigget, I am Eepy.
I'm EP.
I must go to bed." Wow.
Man, that last one was a lot.
I know, that did my head in.
It did my fucking head in.
We had a really long interlude where we talked about how I like to take handwritten notes.
It was valuable.
It was valuable just for my brain. I don't know that it was necessarily valuable for puzzle solving.
No, it was great.
I don't know.
It was great. Mex and Cats, first time chat says, good night. The funniest possible first time chat.
Well, Heb. I love Heb.
Heb.
Heb. Heb.
Oh, we. All right.
Hey, did I ever turn on captions? No.
No. Oof.
Well,
Well. Good night, everybody.
I'll be in touch.
Bye.
Good night.